最後の曲になっちゃうんだけど、前に出した「光」っていう歌の英語のバージョンで、シンプル&クリーンというんだけど、ホームページまで書いたんだけどね、日本語のやつを英語にするときにこうメロディーが合わない、どうしようとするときに、最後の曲になっちゃうんだけど、前に出した「光」っていう歌の英語のバージョンで、シンプル&クリーンというんだけど、ホームページまで書いたんだけどね、日本語のやつを英語にするときにこうメロディーが合わない、どうしようと思って、もともと最初の段階で作ったやつメロディーに変えたのね。実はそれがアルバムに入ってる他の曲と同じメロディーなんだけど、初めてこれを生でやります。じゃあそんなわけで聞いてください。センプル&クリーンです。
Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel.
最後の曲になっちゃうんだけど、前に出した「光」っていう歌の英語のバージョンで、シンプルクリーンというんだけど、ホームページまで書いたんだけどね、日本語のやつを英語にするときにこうメロディーが合わない、どうしようと思って、もともと最初の段階で作ったやつメロディーに変えたのね。実はそれがメロディーなんだけど、初めてこれを生でやります。っていうか何言ってんの今更、さっきも全部生で初めてだよねじゃあそんなわけで聞いてください。センパーに会員です。
Don't get me wrong, I love you, but does that mean I have to meet your father? When we are older, you'll understand what I meant when I said no. I don't think life is quite that simple. When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. The daily things like this and that and what is what that keep us all busy are confusing me. That's when you came to me and said, wish I could prove I love you, but does that mean I have to walk on water? When we are older, you'll understand. It seems
This episode was made in collaboration with Reeducation. If you'd like to learn more about the specifics of mutual aid, be sure to check out their video after this. We live in troubling times. The most powerful nation on Earth is on a collision course with complete economic collapse. We hop from crisis to crisis every few years, and each time millions of Americans lose their jobs, their homes, their healthcare, and their livelihoods. Meanwhile, the rich continue to capitalize on the suffering of the many. In the aftermath of the 2008 housing crisis, real estate companies and wealthy individuals snapped up countless homes of the recently evicted, and to this day they rent them out at more and more ridiculous rates. More than a third of the entire US workforce is held captive by the gig economy, making on average 58% less than other workers, and receiving no job security, healthcare, or benefits. Quality of life is going down, job satisfaction is going down, rates of depression are way up, life expectancy is on the decline. And in a country with seemingly endless resources for wars, tax cuts for the rich, and industry bailouts, we have over 500,000 Americans without so much as a roof over their head, and tens of millions more on the brink of joining them. We are ramping up our military posturing against countries like Iran and China, one to justify the endless and lucrative war in the Middle East, and the other to try to maintain global economic domination. A position which is rapidly slipping away in no small part due to our own eagerness to outsource jobs for ever greater profits. To top things off, electoral politics are more polarized than ever, the Republicans adopting alarmingly conspiratorial language and hateful rhetoric, and the Democrats, as usual, failing to deliver any real meaningful reform, choosing instead to means-test incredibly popular policies into oblivion. Unsurprisingly, public approval of Congress hovers around an abysmal 25%, with most people asserting that those who represent us are nothing more than out-of-touch, corrupt people with no interest in actually improving anything. It's no surprise that more and more people are looking for ways to effect change on their own. They see that the system is leaving the vast majority of people to suffer, and they understand that there has to be a better way. One of the most common questions I get on my channel is, what can I do? How can I help? I'm fully aware that channels like mine tend to highlight the problems we face without offering many real, concrete solutions. So, in this episode, we're going to talk about one simple way for the average person to improve the lives of others, build stronger communities, and work towards an eventual alternative to the decaying economic structure under which we all operate today. In my last video, we talked about the counterproductiveness of hyper-individualism. This worldview, the idea that everyone should pull themselves up by their bootstraps, only look out for themselves, and see everyone else as competition, is incredibly unhealthy, both on a personal level and in regards to building strong communities and a happy, healthy society. In a perverse bit of irony, the US, a nation that likes to tout its strong Christian foundation, has adopted a vision of social Darwinism that is completely detached from reality. We hear the term survival of the fittest a lot, especially in regards to the market. Only the hardest workers will succeed, and everyone else will fail due to a supposed lack of morality or strength of will. Of course, this vision of survival of the fittest is not representative of how it works in real life. In the animal kingdom, including humans up until very recently, unity and solidarity with other members of your species was the only way to ensure survival. Not of the individual animal, but of the species as a whole. Survival was a team effort, each doing their part for the strength and betterment of the group. It's only since the development of global capitalism that we humans have decided to treat each other as enemies to be defeated rather than brothers and sisters. If we follow hyper-individualist thinking to its logical conclusion, we get a very dire image of the world to come. Take the recent winter storms in Texas. I live in the DFW area. When the snow rolled in and people started losing power, what happened? Texans rushed to the grocery stores and picked them clean, buying more perishable goods than they could possibly use. They flocked to Lowe's and Home Depot and bought up every single space heater they could fit in their trucks, leaving their fellow Texans, myself included, to struggle with frozen pipes and power outages. Hotels jacked up their prices tenfold, pricing freezing people out of basic safety. Everyone looked out only for themselves, with no regard for others who also have needs. If the people who absconded with 40 dozen eggs had just taken a moment to think about their neighbors, there would be plenty for everyone. Instead, a few people took far more than they needed, and that food that could have fed countless families, will spoil before they can use it. This is the problem in a nutshell: a fierce dedication to the survival of the individual to the detriment of the survival of the group. There is a better way. In his work Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution, Kropotkin writes, "In the long run, the practice of solidarity proves much more advantageous to the species than the development of individuals endowed with predatory inclinations. This should be common sense. If you have a pride of lions, and one of them is the best hunter, capable of securing enough food for the whole pride, Which would be more beneficial to the survival of the group? That lion hoarding their food and allowing the others to go hungry? Or sharing their food because there's plenty to go around? A starving lion is no good to the pride. It will be weak and helpless. A lion with enough to eat can contribute. Now imagine a vastly more intelligent species, with the capacity to produce huge quantities of food on demand, with networks of highways, railways, shipping lanes, and giant metal contraptions that can fly supplies anywhere in the world. That species has all the tools for every member of the species to flourish. Of course, we also have a desire for profit. The profit motive is the roadblock that prevents the hungry from getting enough to eat, the homeless from getting a roof over their head, the sick from getting the treatment they need. Every day, grocery stores throw out literal tons of perfectly good food which could be distributed to those in need. Recently, a young person working at a donut shop was fired for handing out to homeless people and firefighters the donuts that were slated to be thrown away. During the recent winter storm, police were stationed at dumpsters to prevent desperate people from getting some much-needed food. Here's the problem. The profit motive, the thing which makes all of these heinous practices inevitable, is not going away anytime soon. We cannot count on grocery stores or their wealthy owners to consider the good of the group. That's where the practices of direct action and mutual aid come in. Let's take a moment to define those terms. Direct action is exactly what it sounds like. Doing things directly with the explicit purpose of improving the material conditions of those around you. This often includes going on strike or staging sit-ins or protests, things to bring attention to a problem. When used in relationship to mutual aid, the act of helping others and building strong interpersonal connections, direct action could mean establishing a community fridge or free store, a place where people who need help could come and take the food they need. It could mean finding places for people to stay when their power goes out during a winter storm. At its core, mutual aid is the practice of helping others in any way you can, fully cognizant of the fact that one day you may need help, and that hopefully the community you helped build will be there to help you. There's an old Reddit thread that sums up the philosophy pretty well. You've probably heard the phrase, "today you, tomorrow me." I'll link the thread below, but the gist is this. A man breaks down on the side of the road, his tire blown. He's there for hours, watching countless people and tow truck drivers go by, despite trying to wave them down for help. Eventually, a poor Mexican family pulls over, the husband helps fix the flat, and his reasoning was, "today you, tomorrow me." This kind soul understood that this could have happened to anyone, including himself, and that he would have needed help in that situation. The user who posted this story said that he now goes out of his way to help others, and always tells them, "today you, tomorrow me." That's what mutual aid is all about, building a community of people willing to help each other. The act of fixing a flat tire is a pretty good summation of the goal of direct action as well. Someone has a material concern, a broken down car, and the solution is for someone who is able to fix it. Politicians are notorious for completely ignoring the material concerns of those they're meant to serve. The one recent instance of government direct action was the original COVID stimulus checks. People were out of work, so they weren't being paid. They needed money for bills and food. The obvious solution was to give them money, no strings attached, no means testing. The outcome is exactly what you'd expect. People spent the money on food and bills. It allowed them to eat, to pay for their medication, and to put off eviction, at least for a little while. Obviously, these one-time checks were woefully insufficient, and most other developed countries handled the crisis vastly better. But this one data point should be enough to make it clear. If people need something, the best solution is to simply provide it. Those tiny checks, while not even enough to cover rent in many places, nonetheless had a huge impact on helping average Americans weather the crisis. Of course, if the past year's worth of crises are anything to go by, we cannot expect the government to provide relief for the people, so we need to do it ourselves. Now, at this point, we need to make the distinction between charity and mutual aid. When many people hear about programs to provide for the needy, they automatically think of it as charity. This is not always the case. There are some very important differences between charity and solidarity. To start, charity works within the capitalist system and does not make any attempt to encourage structural changes. It's often done by the obscenely wealthy or large corporations as a way to launder their image. People like Jeff Bezos amass huge fortunes through exploitation, and then donate a tiny sliver of it, often to their own shell companies, as a bit of good PR. When you see a headline about Jeff Bezos donating $10 million to some new initiative, keep in mind what that represents as a percentage of his wealth. $10 million, more than most people could make in 10 lifetimes, is 1/2 of 1% of Bezos' wealth. Of course, $10 million could do a lot of good if it actually went to effective groups or causes. The problem is, it usually doesn't, and the person making the donation gets to write it off on their taxes, which Jeff Bezos doesn't seem to pay anyway. Charity is all too often a scam, designed only to keep the people content with their wealthy overlords. Mutual aid, helping those around you out of a sense of solidarity, is different. The goal is similar to what charity claims to be about, that is, providing the needy with the things they need, but it goes beyond that. With charity, the aid normally comes with arbitrary and restrictive red tape. You have to be from a certain area, or in a certain demographic, or you have to be employed, or sober, or profess a certain faith, or any number of other lines of fine print. Mutual aid does away with all that. If someone is hungry, feed them. If they need a warm place to weather the storm, give them shelter. No pointless regulations, no strings attached, just basic human decency and a desire to strengthen the community. This is where we get to the important part. Mutual aid seeks to build an alternative to the current system, fortifying the community to weather the slow implosion of capitalism. By helping your neighbors when they're in need and inspiring others to do the same, we can build a network of people willing to work together to break their dependence on aid from elected officials, who have made it abundantly clear that they don't care about us. This is called building dual power, establishing a stable alternative to a floundering state. Handing out sandwiches is only one part of mutual aid and building dual power. Others include providing free medical assistance, communal housing, tenants unions, community defense networks, workers unions, and countless other grassroots structures to inoculate our communities from crisis or coercion. Take the winter storm fallout in Texas. The power grid completely failed. Water treatment facilities went offline, leaving 1 in 50 Americans without clean drinking water. Grocery stores were picked clean. Hotels jacked up their prices to $1,000 a night while people slept in their cars to try to keep from freezing to death. There was no aid from the state or federal government. In fact, Ted Cruz decided it was a good time to take a little vacation in Cancun during the worst energy crisis in the state's history. If Texas had strong mutual aid networks, we wouldn't have had to witness mile-long grocery store lines or people freezing to death in their own homes. We could have organized safe places to sleep for those without power. We could have distributed food for those who couldn't get any. We could have helped thaw frozen pipes for our neighbors. Building dual power means working together with your fellow human beings and being prepared to handle crises. When people work together, there's very little we can't accomplish. It just takes a reconfiguring of our individualist mindset. We're all in this together. Well, you know, except wealthy politicians and oligarchs who can fly somewhere warm the moment they're even slightly uncomfortable. Mutual aid is absolutely essential for building a viable alternative to capitalism. Many economists, even some capitalist economists, have long expressed concern that the system is crumbling, that it has cannibalized itself to the point of no return. Whether the collapse will be swift and cataclysmic or slow and painful, the only way we can ensure the safety of our fellow human beings is to build dual power, establish strong mutual aid networks, and realize that we're better together. If you're interested in getting involved in some weather crisis mutual aid efforts in Texas, I've left a link in the description below. To learn more about the specifics of getting started with mutual aid, I highly recommend you check out Re-Education's video next. This episode wouldn't have been possible without him, and his channel is a great resource for those looking to get involved and work towards building dual power. If you enjoyed this video, consider dropping a like. If you hated it, a thumbs down. You can check out my previous episodes by clicking the links on your screen. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next week. This episode was made in collaboration with Azure Scapegoat. They run a fantastic channel covering all sorts of leftist topics, so be sure to check out their video after this.
This is Marxism, and Marxism is based on the belief that no person has any value as an individual.
I believe I was one of the first commentators to point out that it was a very Marxist movement, and the organization is part of a global movement to destroy life as we know it in America and probably in the rest of the world.
This video.
We have what we need if we share what we have. Any group of 4 or 5, if you go into a group and you ask people to list one of their key needs, you almost always find someone in the same group who can provide for that need, or someone has a family member or close friend who can provide it.
The old world is ending.
And we have the opportunity to rethink everything.
This is a show about the systemic problems in our world.
And the real solutions we have today.
To transition from an apocalyptic storm of war, scarcity, and ecological collapse.
To create an abundantly advanced, collaborative society.
That sustains all life.
You may think it's an impossible dream.
But the alternative is an inevitable nightmare.
We're your hosts, Matt Holton,
Amanda Smith,
and Zachary Marlowe.
And together,
we can move past this economic absurdity.
And come together to actualize our collective potential.
To create something completely new.
We are
Mindless Society.
Mutual motherfucking aid. Actually, no, I can't say a curse word in the first 30 seconds or I'll be demonetized. We're demonetized anyway. Fuck it. Okay. Am I still going? Are we rolling?
Fuck money.
Okay. So
there we go. Start with that.
In a world where everything costs money and people like us come out and say we could live without money. People are always asking this question like, oh, how could we do that? How could we live without money? How could we do this? And how would we do this? And the answer is embarrassingly simple. Mutual aid. That's how people have done it for the majority of human existence. Even within money, it's really still how most things get done. And without it, the whole world would collapse. So that's the topic of today's episode. And I think we've got the best person that I know personally, and maybe one of the best people on the planet. Somebody I met on the last beautiful Odyssey in Ljubljana in Slovenia, in an amazing place on a crazy adventure. I met Stephanie Rierick, who is really one of the, if not the originator of the term mutual aid networks. Of course, mutual aid is a term that Peter Kropotkin, anarchist thinker, created, way back when. But the term mutual aid networks that's proliferates this sphere was popularized, or at least Stephanie's one of the cool kids who started using it first. So Stephanie, what does that mean, mutual aid? And what is a mutual aid network?
Thank you. Mutual aid simply means what it sounds like. We support each other and help each other out. And our version of mutual aid networks is a way that we take mutual aid, plain and simple, helping each other out based on how families and intact communities and every living organism and every ecosystem and every planetary system, every natural system works via mutual aid and symbiosis of mutually beneficial relationships. And so what we do in our version of mutual aid networks is look at tried and true ways of doing that, of sharing and exchanging time and doing other forms of mutual credit like the ancient Sumerians did. And then also connecting that with more recent innovations in web technology, different understandings of communications, peer-to-peer workflows, cooperative stewardship and ownership. We just connect these things together and work on arranging them in a deliberate way. So our economy flows in ways that benefit us and our families and our communities, our watersheds, our planet, our fellow living beings on this earth. So we're just taking models that have happened and we're tweaking them with some deliberateness. I think it's really important to realize the ways that our economy has evolved or devolved. Some ways that the dominant economy have evolved have just been through happenstance. Some have been through malice. And we're all actors in the economy, whether we feel like it or not. A lot of times we feel like the economy is something that's done to us, but we realize we are actors in shaping the economy, and we can act with more deliberateness and really learn and really have a values basis about creating an economy that serves us rather than the other way around. And a key reason that we chose to use the term mutual aid networks, besides the fact that it just describes what we're doing, because we are explicitly creating networks of people and practice, creating networks of real trust in a given community of place or of practice, and then creating networks of trust in between those networks, because we're exchanging with values basis, and we're exchanging in a fair way and built on all of our strengths. And matching different strengths with different needs. But a reason we chose Mutual Aid Network is we like the acronym MAN because of the American phrase working for the man. We want to co-opt the economy. The way the dominant economy tends to co-opt cooperative efforts and sharing efforts, we're flipping that around, and we're going to co-opt the dominant economy, and we're going to create a situation where you're working for the man and doing everything that makes you a happy, healthy human and a happy, healthy community. So we're becoming the man. And that's a reason we wanted to adopt that and just play around with that and take over that.
Oh, I gotta say, that really brings the phrase "stick it to the man" into perspective. Like, love that so much. And I also like that you pointed out that you all are, going all the way back in history and borrowing from the ancient Sumerians' way of life and marrying it with modern day technology and practices. That's so important to point out because what I do run across so often when I talk about exchange, barter, gift economies, sharing, cooperatives, collaboration, all that jazz, people automatically go to a primitive place in their minds. They're like, oh, we don't want to digress, though. We don't want to go backwards. We don't want to be poor beggars that are trying to trade eggs for bread or something. But I think what we fail to realize so often is that that is not primitive in contrast to the way we live today, where we literally have enough resources to meet everyone's needs abundantly, but we hold it ransom behind a paywall and other barriers of access, and we call it civilized and advanced. Okay, that's primitive. That's primitive thinking, but we won't go down that rabbit hole right now. I don't have an aimed question for you yet because I feel like a student today, as I often do on these podcasts. I unfortunately have not had time to learn a whole lot about the work that you have done and do, but I am so excited to do that today. So please continue, expound, tell us all the wonderful things that you have helped to create and realize. And from that, I hope to borrow and integrate it into my own work here in Berea, Kentucky with Appalachian Community Meal and Mutual Aid Project, which we just celebrated the 1-year anniversary of yesterday. So this is such a cherry on top of the ice cream for me the day after to get to speak with you of all people.
Oh, beautiful. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Or anniversary. I like it.
That's great. So actually, when you were talking about primitive living through mutual aid, it's funny that's part of the narrative, and I think that's a big part of sort of the forces at play that benefit from the current setup, where a few people, really relatively few people, have decided that they own everything, and they enforce that through force and also through renting the money to us to be able to access what we need. And one of the reasons I got into focusing on different forms of exchange is I read a book by Bernard Lietaer called The Future of Money. And he talks about during the times that the great cathedrals were built, money was operating under different terms where there was negative interest. So your money would lose its value if you were hanging on to it. So then that created an incentive for people to spend money to build big, long-term, beautiful things with good craftsmanship, to invest in maintenance before it was required, before things were falling apart.
So in other words, the opposite of planned obsolescence.
Exactly.
In some ways, yeah. And utilitarian.
Real quick,
I'm sorry, Marlo, yes.
I want to pick up on a really quick thing you just said there that is just Stephanie Sledgehammer's blow. It's so simple that we are renting money from the bankers. We are renting money. We don't have it. It's credit that we are renting, that they create out of nothing, out of debt, out of loans. They don't even need the reserves in them to lend them out. The whole fractional reserve thing is a ghost. They are creating money with the push of a button, and we are renting it from them at interest, at a cost. So it's like, it's just a really expensive, stupid way of doing things. And so the beauty of like the mutual aid networks and all the different forms of optionality, which is a different connotation in capitalism of like, optionality is the ability to have money, and then you can turn that into all kinds of things. But if the only way to get what you need is through money, there is no optionality. You have no option. So what your work is doing, and what we explored in the for the film, and all these other things that I've been able to sort of dip into, the mutual credit, the time banking, the cooperatives, the platform cooperatives, all these new things are other ways for us to be able to meet our needs without money. How novel, how brilliant. Can you explain some of those different ways?
Yes, absolutely. So we were born out of time banking. Time banking is where we exchange time instead of money. So it's a type of mutual credit. I mentioned how the ancient Sumerians operated, but basically you're just logging when I need some work done. If you are able and willing to do it for me, you do the work and you get credits for that work. So in time banking, you would do 3 hours of work, you would have 3 hours worth of credit in your account, and I would subtract 3 hours of credit from my account. And the beauty of it is it's created whenever you need it. Whenever two people want to engage in a transaction, you create the credit. Another beauty of it is when you've earned the credits, you can spend them with anybody else. I don't have to just because you did a service for me doesn't mean I have to have the thing that you want. Then you can go to the whole network and you can spend the credits that you earned. So you can, for example, I've earned hours teaching piano lessons, and I've spent hours having someone make a music video for me. I've had someone do shopping for me. I earned hours helping do mock interviews for the Urban League when they were helping people build their job skills. So it's a simple way to just create and mark and exchange. And in a time bank, another aspect of it that's important in any mutual credit system and mutual aid network, a key piece is just being able to find each other and being able to have a place where we can say what our skills and talents are and what our needs are. So just that information system that these are people who are willing and available to participate in this network, and here's what they can do. That's a huge key to unlock all this potential and all this natural wealth that we possess. And then in time banking, everyone's time is valued equally. We don't put a price on our time. We consider, especially in our version of mutual aid networks, and our network is called Humans United in Mutual Aid Networks. It's a way we can differentiate our approach and be explicit about creating systemic versions of, or systemic forms of mutual aid, because there are a variety of approaches to mutual aid networks. So we are very explicitly about creating a mutual aid-based economy or creating a neighborly global economy. So in our version of mutual aid networks, we really consider time banking to be great for catalyzing and valuing and rewarding the types of work that are infinitely abundant, where, and I consider those to be care. Number one, caregiving is infinitely abundant, creativity, community work, civic engagement, a lot of things that can be made more abundant through cooperation. So we really treat time banking as very abundant and very values-based. It's based on everyone has something to give. Everyone has offers and needs. Everyone needs reciprocity, that community ties are essential, that everyone deserves respect, and that all work is valuable. And that's a really key piece of it. So if someone joins a time bank or starts time banking, becomes part of a mutual aid network, and they join right when they have broken their hip because they need help, we give them that help. They can spend the hours, as many hours as of credit as they need to get the help they need, and they give back when they're able to give back. So it's a values basis where we are all voluntarily engaging in that network. So that's a key piece. And then we also really work on building the commons, really work on building our sharing muscle. And that can be something as simple as someone has a washer and dryer that they make available to the community. Here we grow shared gardens. We share the work, we share the produce, we share the land. And that's just among people who have underused yards and things like that and want to contribute into the gardens. And it can also be complicated things like maker spaces where you have intensive equipment and provide training to people and have rules under which people can access equipment and other kinds of infrastructure in a maker space. So there's the whole sharing piece and really creating our ability to create and steward commons together more.
Oh, well, my gears are turning, and I'm trying to further understand what seems like another marrying of two otherwise separate elements of this movement, because in my mind, admittedly, I had kind of seen transactional and reciprocal engagements as completely opposite black and white. But it sounds like you and what you're doing there is creating an incentive for people to form reciprocal relationships through the structure of this time banking, although it does have a transactional element to it. And immediately I'm like, oh no, that sounds like transactional relationships. That sounds like obligations. That sounds like someone's going to sign up and end up having to do something they may not have the capacity to or want to or whatnot. But I'm sure there's so much more to it that I don't know and understand yet. But do you mind to speak on just a little bit on that distinction between reciprocal and transactional, and elaborate on how you are making this a success story by using the two simultaneously?
Yes, and actually, and then we go farther toward the money side and the transactional side too, because we also pool money and share it via something that we call a common fund. We also are using other forms of mutual credit that can be used in businesses. So our aim is recognize where we are and what people need, and work to build a bridge from here to where we want to go. So a big reason that we created this form of mutual aid networks is to fill in the pieces. And so I was running a time bank. When I read the book, The Future of Money, I chose to start a time bank as the first step into this more integrated cooperative economy that I knew I wanted to work toward. And the reason I started with time banking is because I saw that as really filling a key piece and filling the biggest gap in economic life that we have, which is the complete devaluation of the core economy of care and creativity and community work. So time banking could lift that up and make it visible and help create a sort of value flow in that area. And one of the things that I was disturbed about is the transactional nature, and that the whole system, if you start a time bank, the whole system depends on this transactional nature. One of the things that happens in time banks always is people, number one, people are reluctant to record their hours a lot of times. And number two, even more than that, people develop relationships and just start to share. And in a time bank structure, when you set up as a time bank as a nonprofit, that's a problem, because then they're not logging their hours, and then you can't report it and you can't get the funding and stuff. And that's, so early on, I realized a world in which if that's a problem, that's a problem.
Right.
If it's a problem that people develop relationships and start sharing, then we're not organized properly. Which we kind of always realized that it wasn't really the right values aligned model to have a nonprofit to support something like time banking. So that's one of the reasons that we wanted to connect it with especially commons building and sharing, and with cooperative stewardship. And one of the reasons that we wanted to connect it also with some of the other more competitive forms of exchange, like price-based mutual credit or things involving money, because there are places, so what we are doing is teasing out the different economic functions that need to be filled. And in my view, competition isn't something to eliminate entirely, but something to put into different context. So for example, if there's something that difficult to obtain, a very finite kind of resource, like maybe jet fuel or something like that, or a corner lot in a neighborhood, it makes sense to have some competition for scarce resources. And that's what we have been aiming to do in our version of mutual aid networks, is really recognize where things are scarce appropriately, where things are scarce and could be made more abundant through more abundant means of exchange, and where things are appropriately abundant and how we exchange in those contexts. And ultimately, as I mentioned, we want to co-opt business as usual and pull it into a more sociable realm and build those forms of real trust that go very quickly toward people not recording time, but what people, or other forms of credits and really outright sharing. But what people need to be able to do is quantify enough and get enough experience to really feel that their needs can be met in this way is really the essential thing. And when we can get there without accounting, I'm really ready for that, because I don't like the accounting part and it quickly falls away.
Oh, that makes two of us. I hate the math and the bookkeeping, and I love that you see the value and the trajectory that we're heading in. To get rid of all of that. I just want to clarify, when you say, and when it makes sense to have competition, I'm assuming you mean competition in the sense that the outcome is utilitarian as possible. It's as optimal as possible, not competition in the sense that whoever with the most affluence, whoever with the most money, or whoever knows the right people ends up with the corner lot.
Exactly. And yes, a lot of dynamics need to change, but this is, for me, participating in mutual aid is something that helps bring about that change in people and how they relate to themselves and to each other. And because it is very values based, because it is cooperatively governed and stewarded, there are clear rights and responsibilities. There are clear expectations about how people interact with one another that are based in values.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So,
For
yeah, two
writing
things there.
that.
One, the sort of metaphor of the bridge is, resounding, and we filmed at the famous three bridges in the cutest little fucking town in the world, Ljubljana, in
It is
dearest
beautiful.
Slovenia, former Yugoslavia. Yeah, it's a bridge. It's training wheels. It's like most people can't really imagine doing things without accounting or trusting people or going on the limb and saying like, all right, I'm going to mow your lawn. You better get me back, Whereas you pretty quickly figure out, oh, okay, yeah, that's one of the most powerful things I think that Kate said about another time banker or mutual aid networker that we met. She said that their feast, that they had too much produce and they started to have a big meal, and it was like just a thing that it emerged very organically in the way that the Appalachian community meal did, where people started to come together. relationship.
I love that term.
That
Companion plan.
that
I'm going to
the
steal that.
the mayor could be sitting next to the homeless person, you know? Somebody could be sitting next to, you know, somebody with an idea could be sitting next to somebody with the money to execute it. You know, somebody with a guitar could be sitting next to somebody with a drum kit. You know, people meet each other and the relationship is formed and it all becomes an excuse for a relationship. So the time banking isn't just about us obsessively and I think neurotically, because we have a neurotic obsession with making sure everything is equal and everybody's square. And this is just not how humans were for the majority of existence. My favorite anecdote in the entirety of David Graeber's whole massive body of anecdotes is from Debt, the First 5,000 Years. And this anthropologist is in the Nordic or the North Pole or something, or he's in somewhere really cold and snowy. And he fails at the hunt. He comes back to his igloo and there's like hundreds of pounds of walrus meat. And he's like, whoa, thank you. He sees this guy walking away and he's like, don't thank me. Where I come from, we're human. We help each other. He's like, what I get today, you may get tomorrow. And he's like, he says this hardest line ever. He's like, where I come from, we say by whips, one makes dogs. And by rewards, one makes slaves. So it's like, and he basically says that many human beings throughout history remarked not the ability to calculate and count and say you owe me and I owe you as what humanizes us, as what makes us human. What makes us human is to not do that, is to say, I got you, you got me. We'll sort it out. It'll sort itself out. And that's the beauty of this sort of relationship-based economy that we are getting back to. As somebody said on the other day on a call, it's not that we're trying to go beyond money, we're trying to go back home to what was before money. So just what was obvious, to what obviously works. And with all our technology and fancy gizmos and gadgets and networks, like we could just do it so much better, so much easier.
I think that's one of the surprising, well, I guess a unsurprising paradox is I think that people really are starved for this and are really recognizing that they want something different. But now there's some sort of perception out there that we're waiting for some technological breakthrough, that we need some blockchain thing, that we need some new platform. And I've been working in this realm actually since about 1995 when I helped start a different local currency. And we have what we need. And I think this is part of it's by design. It's one of the reasons our economy is so deliberately obtuse. It's deliberately obscured. We all think we don't understand it. And partly because the dominant economy isn't actually understandable. It's just a big disaster. I think we should look away and realize we really have what we need if we share what we have, if we recognize what we have. And it's not about the technology. Some good technology can really help make it easy. And we're working on that. We have some really great, exciting things. In fact, right from here, I'm going to a very exciting meeting about how we can connect up some different tech threads and really create a cool system. And it's really the networking with people. And it's really, I think that's what people are afraid of. And to be honest, that I was afraid of that and really averse to that. When I went to start the time bank, I thought I'd bring the system here, turn it on, and people would run with it. And it doesn't happen that way because it's a different habit that we need to get into, and it's social. And I think people are afraid to talk to their neighbors and invite people to come together and start talking and doing stuff. But that is what's required. And so that's the Humans United and Mutual Aid Networks Cooperative. We're really about holding each other's hand to do that stuff. So we provide an infrastructure. We are a co-op. We encourage you to join. You can be part of our marketplace and use all these forms of exchange in this global community. You can be a sister site or a partner, and we support you in whatever way you need. And we're in a network of mutual support. So you also support all of us and the other people in the network. And we just really help each other to build the skills to do this stuff and to provide the moral support and inspire each other and share knowledge and tools from our projects, share learning from our successes and from our failures. And then we also provide open source tech tools and help you use them. But really the key is people stepping a little bit more outside of their comfort zone and stepping a little bit more outside, and we help and we become part of each other's team to do that. And it's that simple and that complicated, and that's really all it is. We need to do things differently.
Real quick, the comfort zone. What a horrible place. The comfort zone is the blast zone of the nuclear annihilation of just apathy ending the world, you know? And it's not comfortable there. It's constant anxiety and stress. It's like being a hostage in your own life, you know? To be like, I have to be in control of everything. I can't go out beyond, don't make eye contact, don't talk to that person. It's the discomfort zone. You know, it's like I was doing ketamine therapy because went through a whole depressive spiral last year, and my practitioner in this office. You know, I'm like in a chair getting dosed up. The first thing she said was like, "There's going to be a trip," and I'm like, "Lady, I know what that is." But yeah, she's like, she bumped me up because I was going to miss a week, and I just went into this crazy meditative state where like I disappeared and the room disappeared and there was no time or death, and the only thing in my brain was just like, there is only God, and I was like, oh shit. And I came back because one of the nurses was like adjusting my IV, and I like spoke to her as if I was the Buddha or something. Like everything was so clear and precise, it's crazy. And I was like, "Have you ever done this drug?" And she was like, "No, I'm scared." I was like, "What are you afraid of?" And she said, "I'm afraid of losing control." And it was like, it just came out of me. It was like, if you're perpetually afraid of losing control, and we accept and we know we're never in control of this chaotic universe, you guarantee that you are never comfortable because you will never be in control. And the next week, like the doctor is like, "I don't know what you said to her, but she started doing ketamine."
All right.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And a wonderful realization to have. I had that through painful experiences and deep meditation myself, but without the drugs. But I'm glad you shared that because it's something that we all have to come to terms with. And then the next step, I think, is being okay with our vulnerability, accepting that we are vulnerable and we aren't in control per se of so many things, but we have agency over our own lives more than we know. And so I'm going to try and make a stab at tying that in to a couple of things that you said there, Stephanie. To me, they sound like two sides of the same coin, an issue in which, like you said, people are waiting on the advent of a new technology, yet another thing, something that's going to be like a savior come in and make everything right and set everything straight and just make the world this utopia that we all want it to be. And then you also touched on how it can be hard to get people outside of their comfort zone, get them to go outside of their box, their tangible box, their house, their cubicle or whatever, and actually form connections and meet other people. I won't spend a lot of time talking about Appalachian Community Mill. We're here to talk about you, but in my lived experience with my first stab at organizing people, that was the thing that I recognized the most. Two things, kind of like with Money in Society, we get a lot of inquiries. Well, where is it? I want to move in today. We get a lot of this, like, I want to call it cognitive dissonance, where people just assume that it's an oasis already built and ready to move in, and they like not to criticize these people per se and say like none of them are willing to put in the labor, but there's something broke up there. And I've been guilty of it too, where it's like, oh, I heard about this eco village or something, I just want to move in, and I like skip all the steps to actually creating it. You know, it's like we forget that we have to create the world we want to live in because of the programming and indoctrination that tells us there is a hierarchy that's responsible for that. And that is such a paradox. That is such a toxic paradigm, because the hierarchy doesn't do anything but destroy the world we're living in. But that's another rabbit hole. But now to circle it back around, you have people that are expecting it to just be built and ready to move in. And then you have those same people, and more or less, that are the ones who don't want to venture out and socialize, make connections, and I guess explore failure and, you know, ups and downs that are entailed in building this world that we want to live in. You know, people are very commonly like set back by the notion that they'll have to put in labor, and it doesn't come with a guaranteed result. I think that's probably also a reason why we are experiencing such a white knuckle clinging to the world that we live in right now. Transactions have guaranteed results, but we're not seeing the transaction for what it actually is. It falls grossly short of actually meeting our need, the transactional nature of our economy, whereas reciprocal based economy would abundantly meet our needs.
Marlo, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was actually going to say we're at about halfway point today. It's going to be a little bit of a short episode, but this is going to be the first of multiple episodes, I'm sure. I think actually it would be really cool if, Amanda, you did describe in an overview your project, and Stephanie can give her input on how to set up a time bank, or how to set up a mutual credit system, or how to actually do this. I think by now anyone wants this, but now we set it up perfectly for where the rubber hits the road. How do you do it?
Right on. And I'm okay with that if you are, Stephanie. We don't want to put you on the spot. But I would be so honored to get your critique and input. So about a year ago, with some funding from a very nice guy named Hank, who represents the Humanist Mutual Aid Network, they typically fund projects all over the world, but then had an interest in the Appalachians. So he reached out to me from Northern California, and he said, what can you do with a little money over there? We would like to help what we can. And I had already noticed that we have a big food scarcity problem around here. It's pretty bad. And like most rural areas, and especially in Appalachians, we have a couple of churches that try to help, and we have one little food bank. And they do a phenomenal job with the resources that they have, don't get me wrong. But and also typical of these small rural, these rural areas in the Appalachian Mountains, you have to go to a place that is religiously affiliated, or you have to be a part of some faction. You have to, be wearing or giving off some kind of signal, like who you voted for, or just what economy you support, and all this jazz. So we wanted to create a no barrier access to one of our most common ground needs, that being food. And then from there, start building a mutual aid network, hyper-local, so that the people in this town and in this county can start getting their needs met. And through that, as I think you touched on a little earlier, experience what it is to realize your own agency and your own power, and what it is to exercise that, and in collaboration with your neighbors, with other people that live around you. And so all of that dials down into encouraging people to practice community and collaboration through the lens of mutual aid. But mutual aid is a term that it tends to be vilified, especially in areas that are very Republican and conservative. It's the Red Scare, it's communism, it's all this jazz, you know. So we took it back to the root of Appalachia and touched on, you know, like Marlo was saying, that this is how people have lived for most of human existence. It just got mutated and relabeled and rebranded and all these things by all these different groups. But at the core, it's simply people showing up with the courage to accept that they are vulnerable in this world, and that we are codependent, we are interdependent, and that we are each other's most valuable resource, and that we can exist abundantly if we choose to share. And sharing is not synonymous with scarcity. That's another thing I run into a lot. But I'll wrap it all up to say, a year later, what we've managed to do so far is serve upwards of 1,000 plates of food by serving free meals from month to month. And on top of that, we've evolved into a pop-up resource hub, because we also, as we began our journey and went along, noticed that there are some groups and organizations spread about the county and much wider. They're all very fractured and some of them obscured. And so few people tended to know about these resources when we encounter people in need. So I started inviting them, because my job in the whole thing is to be like a networker and like the program director or whatever. So I would start inviting these people to our dinners, and then everyone else got involved networking, everyone else in our core volunteer group, inviting organizations and resources in. And now we essentially have this pop-up resource hub every single month at our dinner. So when you come and you access this barrier-free hot meal that was prepared for you by volunteers, by your neighbors in your own community, you also have access to support from the tenant union. We're working on support from labor organizing. We also have the library with all of their myriad of resources. We have the health department. We have harm reduction. We have like 12 different things that are available to folks that otherwise they may have never found out was around, that they could access, or that they didn't know it was a thing, you know, like they didn't know that they could go get free Plan B if they needed it. So that's where we're at right now. And then our projection for the coming year, as naive and optimistic as it sounds, is to try and find a brick and mortar place to operate out of, so that we don't have to be at the mercy of landlords and neighboring businesses who don't want us around because we have homeless people coming up to our door to get fed or to get help or whatever, you know. So yeah, and there's a lot more I could say about it, and I'll also throw in there that some of our practices, all of our practices have been very emergent since all of us, including myself, this was our first attempt to organize on the ground. And you know, it's a whole different world from organizing virtually, which is something I've been doing for a few years with people like Marlo here. But I have to say, knock on wood, it's went really well so far. We've been able to not only feed all these people, we're also instilling a legacy of sorts. We're leaving a very big imprint as ACM on our small town. We have been installing dry pantries street side, which is something our town had not ever experienced or seen before. Well, not seen before, but hadn't practiced before. People are absolutely eating it up, pun intended. And neighboring counties all the way out to West Virginia are asking for them as well. It's made a wonderfully positive impact. So we've got that going for us. And so, you know, we got skill shares set up for the future. Like we're trying to do a systemic approach also, obviously, you know, encourage people to share their washer and dryers. And one thing, and I'll shut up now, one of the things I like the most, one of the clearest examples of how this has been successful, though maybe on a small scale, is one of the things we do is we have a resource sign-up table. So basically, we'll cover that table in literature, and it's as simple as a flyer and a sign-up sheet for each resource or volunteer organization in town. So if you A, need their resources, or B, want to get involved and participate, you can leave your name and information, and those people will reach out to you. And as a result of that, one of our dear friends, volunteers, and neighbors here in town by the name of Ruin, she has a place called Gaia's Garden, and she has a garden, and it's the only one in town, and everybody freaking loves it, and I love it. And she supplies freshly grown produce to our dinners. But all that to say, through that resource table practice, she was able to get much needed childcare. I love that you pointed out that caregiving is number one. That is the most undervalued resource in our society. She was able to get quality and you know, trusting childcare, and she was able also to get some helping hands in her garden. And you know, that fluctuates. And so that's where I really wonder what we could do different and arguably better, so that we have a more consistent way of meeting people's needs in that way.
It's what you're doing sounds incredible, and like you're doing so many of the pieces of what we aspire to. So if I were going to fill in some things, so I'm just going to pretend that you are a sister side of the humans, and what that would mean, or that you are working in this context. What you could do is have people, when they're showing up to these things, make it available to them to sign up into mutual aid cooperative and earn hours for their time. So the people who are currently volunteering could earn hours. Often you get new people. A lot of times in time banking, most of the people didn't previously volunteer. So a lot of times you like reach just a whole different segment of people than typically volunteer. But if people earned hours, then they could earn hours preparing the meal. They can go off and find childcare, but they could also just have their imagination take over and have this whole access of, because when you're doing time banking, when you sign up sort of more formally into the mutual aid network, then you can see all these other offers. So someone might choose to just do something you never would have dreamed of. But care and transportation and companionship tend to be the most commonly traded things. But people also do graphic design and a whole variety of things. So that time banking piece could help to create, could help to create more of the informal support networks that people have agency to pursue on their own. I love how you talked about your work being emergent, because that is a beauty of working in this way. And Marlo referenced it too. Like when people start coming together to do things, the possibilities just open up because you see all this potential that you didn't have before you came together. So it just opens more possibilities. So the time banking piece can have that resource flow going sort of on a more ongoing basis and a more self-directed basis, and can also create some opportunities for different people to see ways that they can connect. So someone who might not normally come and participate in the meal might see a role for themselves. When you were talking before about sort of people's comfort zones and how those have shrunk and all that, you did refer to the fact that all of this kind of practice has been beaten out of us in our culture, in this dominant culture that I grew up in. They put you in school and you get used to being told what to do and given structure all the time. So our sense of agency sort of has been stripped away. And one of the ways that we started to perceive it is that redesigning work, that using these mutual aid tools to really have people see a role for themselves, have it take on have them take this on as part of their work life. When you're talking about the transactional nature, people realizing, well, I might need to do things I don't totally want to do. Well, there's work in this world that needs to be done that no one totally wants to do, or not very many people totally want to do. And some of the like serious caregiving, at some point I might need someone to wipe my butt. I don't expect everyone to want to do that, but I hope that when we're creating a spirit of mutual aid and we're really getting into this community vision of reciprocity and what's valuable and the social connection, that will be something that people do for each other. And sometimes you need to have an incentive. Sometimes, some of the care networks, there's a long-standing care network in Japan where Furiai Kipu, it's an early version it's a pioneering version of time banking, but people provide care for older people in their own community and typically will give those credits to their parents who live far away. And they've done studies that the level of care people provide is much higher than when they get hired into that situation, especially here, you get paid $8 an hour to do very difficult work. It changes everything when you're equating the care you're giving to the care your parents would get. So it just changes the dynamic. So going back to your example, another tool of mutual aid that might help is this common fund, which is a way that we've adopted from other communities and adapted, where people pool money and govern it. You could create a common fund where people all contribute in, so you can get your brick and mortar place and you can do some interesting things. So they have a stake in it as a cooperative with clear rights and responsibilities. And we've been working with lawyers and with other legal people who are in the cooperative legal realm to really work through how you create a cooperative stewardship and ownership where the financial capital never takes precedence over the social capital going in. You can create ownership structures where contributions of time are valued as much or more than contributions of money. These are all things that exist that we can adapt and play with. And really, oh, and so another way, if you were a member, partner site, sister site of the Humans, so you would have access to tools to do that. You would have access to a lot of hand holding about how to make it work, learning from the experience of people who've done more of it. And you would be also contributing what you do, how you run your resource fairs, as much as you are willing to. Yeah. So no one has to do anything, but we agree to come into this mutual support realm, so everyone can learn from your experience, and that you can turn around and earn credits of any sort to support another community to get going, maybe somewhere close to you. And I did want to mention that a community in Appalachia really provided some real inspiration to us in our early days of forming the model, and it is based in religion. So this is one of the things we want to, in the Humans United and Mutual Aid Networks, we want to provide a lot of kinds of community support and feeling, and the levels of education that religion does. We want to provide these kinds of spaces without requiring a belief in a particular entity. In fact, we are very explicit about creating an economy for the 100%. And I can't stress this enough. The 100% is going to include people who think things we don't like, who believe things we don't like, who do things we don't like. There are people who've committed horrendous acts, and everyone's part of the human family. And what I see us needing to do is create avenues where we can come into cooperation with people who think very differently, and we can create avenues of material interdependence, and we can create social infrastructure that lifts us all to be our best selves, that helps strip away some of our differences and lets us leave them at the door, also helps bridge some of our differences because we're interacting with people more, that's based on our common values, that's based on what you need, what I offer. In my world with time banking, that was it's one reason that I'm so committed to time banking as a key piece of this. Is my experience with time banking is coming into that network of exchanging as equals changed everything about how I saw myself, my community, other people. And it really can connect people who wouldn't normally connect. And it really has helped people to see their commonness and drop some of what they thought were intractable differences.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. And again, I'm just loving, don't mean to create an echo chamber here, loving all the things you're saying. I just have to cling to something really fast, Marlo, in case you are waiting to speak. I just want to say this really quick. You pointed out the fact that we have to find common ground, essentially, is what you're pointing out, with even the people that we couldn't breathe the same air with, like we perceive we just could not be in the same room with, like if they created some heinous, or if they done some heinous act, or if they are Republican or something like that. We don't want to help them. We don't want to be a part of that. We don't want them in our room. And you do have to be careful so that you don't, you basically have to practice harm reduction to some degree when you are trying to create all inclusive safe spaces. You do. But on the broader sense, you have to be able and willing and know how to navigate that common ground collaboration with the folks that you wouldn't necessarily let into your intimate spaces that you want to keep safe. But all that to say, I think that is a whole other podcast that we could do. The fact that, as Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I'm paraphrasing, what harms one harms all. We have to remove the moral economy narrative that we have in the background about who deserves food and who doesn't, who deserves housing, who doesn't, who is a criminal, who done something heinous and doesn't deserve to have these basic needs met. We have to remove that from the narrative in the conversation, and especially our action, if we're all ever going to, like, the goal is to meet everyone's needs so that the people who do quote unquote deserve it are taken care of. And then we can deal with that other stuff aside from all of that. We can deal with those other people aside from, getting everyone's needs met, if that makes any sense.
Totally. And one of the ways that we have applied mutual aid in my practice is in the community justice realm, actually. So we have a lot of experience working with people who have criminal charges, working with people who are on the other side too, who are in policing, who are in running the jail. We are about bringing all the parties together and figuring out how to solve the problem. And whatever side of the equation people are on, people all know that, or people all say they realize we have an incarceration problem. So even, people in policing, people running the jail, they know that too many people are being imprisoned, and we can find some common ground where we provide the community side. So that's a really big piece of what we do is apply mutual aid. We do a lot of applied mutual aid, like create a project that fills a community need using the time and talents of our members as a resource base to do it. And then you're creating that economic flows that help divert some of the things from this the carceral capitalism that we're laboring under. Our economy really is built on mass incarceration. We need to realize that. So we're working on displacing that part of economic life and, creating collaborative relationships to be able to have institutions do things differently. And even more, because we're doing this mutual aid economic background stuff, that creates
Did someone
the
order love and
social
affection
networks,
cause they are a good friend
the
cause you are
social,
getting
economic, educational, recreational opportunities that help keep people doing healthier activities and keep people out of the criminal system and out of criminal behavior. So it works on all of it at once, and that's a thing that I would really like to build up more and more.
And just by getting those people's needs met, you're inherently reducing the risk of them ending up incarcerated. But because when people's needs aren't met, that just goes down another rabbit hole. The shame, the guilt, the violence that results, just the petty crimes that people can end up in jail for trying to meet their needs. So yeah, I'm sorry, Marlo, you had your hand up.
I was just laughing because I was thinking about Stephanie was talking about restorative justice, and this kind of phrase of restorative design hit me, of like not just going into like the individual level of like, for example, a permaculture program that took people coming out of prison and let them work in permaculture farms and ended the recidivism rate, the rate of them going back and doing crimes, just ended it, like 80% gone. Or like James Gilligan said, giving people an education ended 100% of the prisoners they gave an education to did not go back to crime. So it's like taking that idea of restoring, of justice through restoration, not through punishment, and applying it to design, into going beyond the pop-up resource hub into a vision we've been sort of talking about in our chats and zooming about, getting zoomies about, dreaming about the better world we know is possible, about creating resource centers in every community that is a relational hub to channel all of these energies of volunteer work, of working with the city or the state to say, give us all your prisoners, and we'll give them a beautiful environment to stay in, to live in, like give them good work to do. They'll be working, trust us, they'll be working. But the work is like, play guitar for an hour, go work in the garden, go cook up some potatoes, It's like we can, bring people from all aspects of society, whether they're homeless, whether they're addicts. We can say, what are the needs of the community? What are the things that this community, regardless of their political affiliation, recognizes are a problem? Appalachia is riddled, as I know very well, with people who are addicted to drugs, people who have no jobs, people who are homeless, people who are struggling. But there are also people who are just sitting around with fuck all to do because there's no jobs, because the coal industry vaporized. And those are people that want to work, they want to contribute. And if we could tweak the incentives and create structures and training wheels and bridges for them to jump in to say, hey, you could earn credit, or you could turn into somebody working on your car if you go out there and put in some fence posts. I have this vision that I would love to do another episode talking about the sort of next phase of this. Like, how do we take this to the systematic scale, to the network scale, or just to like, what would we do if we had the big funding, or if we had the big people around us to pool funds to make this? And it's like creating these networks and systems where we're actually creating incentives through a credit system that is like a digital system that creates a digital passport and identity, and to gain trust as the real currency underneath the system that allows you to sort of be facilitated by the algorithms to connect you with the people that have the things that you're looking for. Like you have an option. Like everything you do in the system increases trust. Just being around other people that are in the system increases your trust. Accepting help increases trust. But the thing that increases it the most is going out and doing something without a reciprocal reward. So you go within the credit system, you go fix somebody's car because that's what you do. And you say, actually, my needs are met right now because I'm working through the system, because we're using mutual aid in all these different areas. I've got credit here. I've got time hours here. I've got sharing economy here. We've got a commons-based community garden here. My needs are good. I don't actually need this credit right now. You could say in the application, pay it forward. And it could algorithmically go and give that credit to somebody who needs it in this sort of karma system. And so that would increase your trust more than anything. So it's like it creates this incentive, this positive incentive to send people out there just looking for quests to go and help and improve the world.
God, I love that.
And realize like, oh, fuck, I can help.
It sounds like that would feed directly into the reciprocal economy that we ultimately want, and make that transactional nature fall away, and that pay forward mechanism. And then, as you described, all these systemic approaches of having our needs met abundantly, it just hopefully, the hope is at some point it becomes a feedback loop that is just as interrupted and just as resilient as the one we live in this capitalist society. And in doing that, yeah, people will have their needs met, and they'll understand our value, and that it's inherent, and that it's going to be there, and we're going to be able to tap into it as we need, when we need, versus having to set up these transactions and be satisfied right away, which of course is the inhumane aspect.
Okay, Stephanie, we're right at our time, so I this is part one. Of course, we'll be back if you'll have us.
Please come back. We have
I would
just
love
reached
to.
the top of this
You just logged 1 hour in the Moneyless Society mutual aid.
All right, excellent.
And you can redeem it as you choose. But yeah, why don't you bring us home? Give us some inspiration. Give us a rousing message for the troops. You are like a human, just beacon of fire. I love your speech. I love what you're doing.
Thanks.
You're so inspirational to me. Give us the goods.
Well, lovely.
Get us on out of here. Inspire people to go out there and do it.
Well, when you were talking about when you just described your vision just now, and when you were talking, Amanda, about your project, what we need is experimenters. Really, this is a network of networks. And Marla, what you just described would be awesome to have a group of people practice with that. What we're looking to do right now is raise the dollar kind of money, the boring old kind of money. We want to raise enough so a group of people can have a basic livelihood backstop for a core group of members to build their network how they want to and show how they can display. They'll have that money to be their income if they need it, but they'll show ways that they can displace more and more of it so it can get invested into the future or take it farther. We just need experimenters right now. We need to get some money put into some of the experiments and to put into some of the software development. And more than that, we need to practice with mutual credit, mutual aid, time banking. We have what we need if we share what we have. Any group of 4 or 5, if you go into a group and you ask people to list one of their key needs, you almost always find someone in the same group who can provide for that need, or someone has a family member or close friend who can provide it. A lot of what is needed is already here. So we just need to do it. And then I will just invite people to join in with humans at mutualaidnetwork.org. We have a solidarity summit every quarter to learn from each other, meet each other. Next one's December 16th and 17th. And we'd really welcome you to come and share about your work and connect with more other people. And it's beyond time. We can remember what it means to be human and start acting on it. So join the human family. That's my.
Thank you for the invite. And I'm sure I speak for all of us at VOSO and ACM when I say we'll be there. And we're excited about it.
All right. And I'm excited about all that you're doing. So I really appreciate this. And I look forward to coming back.
Likewise. Thank you for spending time with us this morning and enlightening us on this journey that we're sharing.
Do you want to do something about all the issues we talk about here on our show? Do you want to learn more, get involved, and help us help others break out of the cycle? Step 1 is to join the group.
Being political isn't just about watching the news and voting. It includes being part of your community. One major application of praxis is mutual aid, the practice of understanding and involving yourself in the well-being of your peers. Mutual aid differs from charity by focusing on the direct action of members, who are involved in decision-making, volunteering while providing solidarity and humanity to those in need. Aid can range from providing childcare, food, PPE, transportation, financial assistance, and even emotional support. Charity work is often more selective in who they target for assistance and can be incentivized by tax reimbursement. Many charities have helped people, but they often lack the emotional investment, support systems, and long-term solutions inherent in mutual aid. We're all part of a community, and in difficult times, it is vital to help those in need. At this time, our economy is leaving millions of people without means to keep themselves fed and sheltered. And the pandemic disproportionately impacts already vulnerable groups who could benefit greatly from mutual aid organizations offering a lifeline during this crisis. It is not hyperbolic to say your solidarity could save a life. Mutual aid does not need to be a large undertaking. It's often as simple as helping out when you're able. A good first step is to codify your skill set, listing how you can help others. These include both soft skills, personality and character traits, and hard skills, which are technical and related to tasks. Next, identify the people that you can both help or reach out to for aid. Start small, such as by asking friends and family if they want to be part of a network. Over time, you might link up with more people, possibly connecting with enough individuals to cover nearly any task needed in the community. Try making a pod map to visualize this network of support. The inner circles are your personal support group. Middle circles are the extended network of individuals that are potential additions. The outer edges are communities and organizations that could provide resources. For each pod, jot down a list of skills or resources and establish their best methods of contact. If you want more resources on the subject, the Mutual Aid Hub provides tools for organizing and connecting to existing networks around the country. You can also participate in local action through your school, work, clubs, and local outreach. Volunteering increases solidarity within a community and also has a positive impact on your social recognition, health and self-esteem, as well as skill training and economic benefits. Volunteer activities are great for making friends and social connections. In fact, networking is valuable for everyone, and there are several ways to go about it. Colleges often have professional networking groups on campus. You can also find mentors by talking to professors in a field that interests you, even if you're not taking their classes. Mentorship benefits your schooling and future success.
This is the activation of the emergency broadcast system.
Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Gonna speak up. We gonna speak up. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump.
I got a question. How'd he make it this far? How the fuck did it begin? A Trump rally sounds like Hitler in Berlin or KKK shit. Now I'm going in, I'm just saying what's real. Don't give a fuck who I've been, cause it's gotta be said. It's gotta be said. It's off the top like the toupee on Donald Trump's head. This man's not peaceful. Racism's evil. This man hates Muslims. That's a billion fucking people. If truth be told, Donald is a terrorist. Reasons why the world's got a problem with Americans. The fuck is going on? People just passed. A mass murder happened. You said thanks for the congrats. Try and get your votes up. You don't got class. Orlando was a tragedy. You react fast and it made it about you. To boost your campaign. It's going all bad if he wins this damn thing. Man, America is fucked. If he's next up, take a day to undo what Obama fixed up. It's young Gerald, so you know who said it. And Ivanka could get it straight up.
Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump.
Oh, we right. Second. Nah, we protest when we see the tour bus. Bang, bang. Too scared to get out, that's why the door's shut. Bang. Your politics are like a Starburst pack. Why? Nobody fucks with the orange one. Banning all Muslims, alright, fool. This guy. What if we ban all the white dudes? Because a couple have run up in trench coats and rifles and killed in the name of Jesus Christ at the high school. How about we stop selling automatic guns? You got rich cause your daddy gave you automatic funds. Add it up, you an automatic punk, what it is. I'm just trying to make America great again. By the party in the streets when Hillary wins. If she don't, my girls have Canadian. Actually, nah, I'm not gonna stay with them. I got an eagle on my arm, I'm a patriot. I'ma stay right here, I ain't living in fear. With my people who are Muslims, Mexican and queer. And we ain't gonna let you fuck up 4 years. Ain't gonna let you fuck up 4 years.
Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah.
Thought I was making songs just to ride to, but come to find out your own kind don't even like you. Macklemore don't like you, G-Eazy don't like you. The rest weenies, they scared to say it, but they don't like you. Obama don't like you, Michelle don't like you. Been trying to make it to one of your rallies, but I ain't had time to. Piss on your golf course just to find you. Like, where you hiding at? Who you lying to? Fuck your get rich scheme, I been balling out. You too old, you keep lying, that's why your hair falling out. Donald Trump, call him out. KKK supporter, his favorite phrase, deport him. How the fuck y'all endorse him? Since America's fucked up anyway, give Obama a third term, that's what plenty say. Just left Texas, hit the stage for a couple thousand, and had your same color people hollering.
Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah.
Build that wall.
Build the wall.
Build that wall.
Build the wall. Hey, brother, I like white folks, but I don't like you. All the brothers in the hood, they're gonna find you. Fuck Trump. Fuck Donald Trump.
Fuck Donald Trump.
Fuck Donald Trump.
Fuck that nigga.
Fuck Donald Trump.
Fuck Donald Trump.
Fuck Donald Trump.
Fuck Donald Trump.
Success, and also boost the motivation of the teacher. When it comes to your workplace, it's very important to maintain your professional connections. Stay in touch with former colleagues after you leave a job, even if it's just a quick email update every couple of months. Beyond work and school, reach out to people online. Cold outreach to people you admire can build lasting relationships. Just remember to stay genuine and considerate. If you're reaching out to a public figure, respect that they might not have the bandwidth to respond. And finally, consider reaching out to people who look like they need help, friendship, or even mentorship. Mutual aid and volunteering are rewarding, But also remember to take care of yourself. People who regularly experience vicarious trauma often neglect their own self-care as they struggle with residual lingering imagery. It's difficult to meaningfully help others when not doing well yourself. To counteract fatigue, rebalance yourself with regular exercise, eating healthy, adequate rest, and take regular breaks for yourself to recharge. Set emotional boundaries if needed. Professional caregivers routinely check in with one another, with updates like how they feel, their goals, and who can help. Additionally, you can create a safety plan, a personalized list of mindful techniques to center yourself when faced with stress or adversity. Whether it's a crap economy or unprecedented crisis, we need solidarity more than ever. Mutual aid creates a strong support system to make it through the worst of times. Organize in whichever way you can. Contribute if you're able to, network when the opportunity presents itself, and remember to do what you need to keep yourself going as well. Thank you for watching. If you want more content from Praxis U, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and click the bell for notifications. Special thanks to Lilith, Guy, Ilkin Gamber, and our other patrons for funding this video.
The United States has more than 2.2 million adults locked up in its prisons and jails. That's only slightly smaller than the population of Houston, America's fourth largest city. Many of the inmates are repeat offenders, which raises the age-old question of what we want out of incarceration: punishment or rehabilitation so prisoners do not return. One Scandinavian country is using a unique approach to achieve the latter. As part of our week-long series here at NBC News looking at criminal justice reform, Kelly Kobiea travels to Norway for our Sunday Spotlight.
In this vast forest of pine and blueberry is what some call the world's most humane prison, Halden Prison. where new inmates are greeted the way I was, with a handshake.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Drug smugglers, murderers, rapists, all doing time in a maximum security prison that feels more like a college campus.
This is home?
Yeah, this is home, yeah.
Karsten was convicted of killing a man in Brazil. This is his cell block with a full kitchen, big screen TV, laundry room.
You have a key to your own cell.
Yeah, everybody have their own key.
He and the rest of the prisoners are locked in overnight. The rest of the time, they choose when to lock the door to their cozy single-bed cells with a TV and a private bathroom.
I used to be in prison in Brazil, and there was a cell just a little bit bigger than this, and there used to be 15 people in the same room.
The point here, to turn criminals into good neighbors.
Always have coffee on the go. Thank you.
Rehabilitation, says the prison governor, starts on day one.
We take the freedom from them, but when they are here, we try to help them to get a better citizens.
Inmates have
Thank you. Maybe a little louder. What's wrong with you, right? You're gonna be good.
Oh man. Wow.
a normal work week, giving them routine and responsibilities, training to be car mechanics, and graphic designers in a state-of-the-art studio.
From the city hall, we're getting jobs from them.
Learning skills like restaurant prep, where they're trusted to handle knives, can help them get jobs on the outside. They have weekends off and a house available for overnight visits with their families.
Welcome to Criminal Records.
Richard is studying music. He's doing time for murder and served his first 4 years in a Swedish prison.
I was very hateful myself when I came here, you know, because I come from a very, very hard prison system. They really hate the guards, and the guard hated us. Do I feel like a different person now? Yeah, I do.
Here, guards and tutors work side by side with inmates, playing chess or simply going for a walk. It's all about building relationships and trust, even with the prison boss.
You look so happy.
It's an inmate who painted it.
There are cameras and locks, but no weapons, and nearly half of the guards are women.
But do you feel safe?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Well, I mean, we get to know all the prisoners pretty well. We interact a bit. We're with them all the time.
Norway's model isn't cheap. $93,000 per inmate per year, 3 times more than in the U.S. But only 20% of inmates re-offend after 2 years. In the U.S., it's 60%. There's no death penalty, and life sentences were banned in 1981. Even mass murderer Andres Breivik, who killed 77 people in a 2011 attack, was given a maximum sentence of 21 years, though that is extendable. Conservative critics say Norway has gone too far.
What about the victims who actually has this feel really injustice that the people who commit this crime can actually live in this luxury?
But if someone were to say to you, wow, this looks like a pretty luxurious lifestyle.
Most of us aren't going to see it outside for a long time, outside the wall.
But these men admit they've been helped here.
Before I think more like a criminal, but now I start to think more like a normal guy, you know.
If you treat an inmate like an animal, he'd be an animal. If you treat an inmate with respect, he'll respect you back. He is a human being. Yeah, we treat them like human beings.
Lessons many here believe could extend beyond these prison walls. For Sunday Today, Kelly Kobiella, Halden Prison, Norway.
Kelly, thank you very much. You can see more in-depth reporting in our Justice for All series across NBC platforms, including a special town hall inside Sing Sing Prison, moderated by Lester Holt tonight on MSNBC at 10 o'clock Eastern.
Test this. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. It's so crazy, just being this close to the exit door, you can already feel, how different the air feels in your face, and it just smells different in there as well.
All right, sir, do me a favor, can you have a seat on that metal bench and we'll be right with you.
Yates, Reginald!
It's me.
Good luck. We'll do one of each, one at a time.
As my time here comes to an end, I can't help but question whether jail is the right environment for some of the inmates I've met.
Every item of clothing that I put on, I'm starting to feel more and more like me again. It's the strangest feeling in the world. Yes. This is me.
Incarcerating such large numbers of people for such low-level crimes seems to create more problems than it solves. Bexar County are doing more for the mentally ill than most jails. But the system as a whole has some way to go before it's really working for those who need it.
My eyes are killing me. Oh. Never again.
The future of marijuana in Texas will take center stage when the new legislative session gets underway next month. A lawmaker from Dallas has filed a bill to legalize recreational marijuana. Anyone 21 and up could legally transport about 2 ounces for personal use. People could also keep up to 10 ounces at home as long as it's secured properly. It is important to note it would still be illegal to smoke weed in public. All that is stark contrast to Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick's new effort. He wants to ban the sale of all THC products in Texas.
A concrete hole barely 5 meters wide and 3 meters long. This is prisoner Eddie Mills' exercise yard.
When was the last time you saw, for example, a tree?
A tree? The last time I went to court in 1998, 8 years ago, I saw a tree. I was in a car and in a bus, actually. And
Mike is allowed just 1 hour a day to stretch his legs. He is serving his sentence in what is considered the harshest conditions of any prison in the United States, the so-called Supermax, maximum security system. Ironically, Pelican Bay Prison is located among the superb scenery of the towering sequoia trees of Northern California. 3,500 prisoners are doing time here. Murderers, rapists, violent criminals considered a threat to society at large. Sentenced to lengthy terms, often life, they are unlikely to ever leave the prison. Life in Pelican Bay is marked by clashes between rival gangs, often spilling over into extreme violence. Race riots, attempted stabbings in the exercise yard, and the settling of scores. Since the prison opened, 18 detainees have been killed, 5 of them shot dead by prison guards. Each week, the prison governors uncover more weapons made by the prisoners. Lieutenant Thomas keeps them as trophies.
What you see before you here is just a small portion of some of the weapons that have been discovered over time. Well, I'm wearing these gloves because inmates keep these weapons stored in areas of their body that I don't want to have anything to do with at this point. And if you look up into the light on the x-ray, you can see that there's a half a pair of scissors that were secreted in this man's rectum.
illegal weapons, uprisings, and aggressive behavior. When they break the rules, prisoners pay an extremely heavy price. At least 2 years in an isolation cell in a part of the prison feared by all, the Supermax. White and shaped like an X, it's a high-security prison within a prison. No one has ever escaped from here.
The fence is deadly. If it's touched from the inside, say for instance from an inmate wanting to come in, go across the inner perimeter fence and touch that lethal death fence, it would be fatal to that inmate. The costs associated with running the fence are far less than the costs associated with manning the perimeter towers.
The Supermax is just 100 meters from the main building, a short distance away, but a dramatic change of regime.
There are no windows in the security housing unit. We do have windows in our general population cells. The security housing unit is designed in such a way that the inmates have only verbal access to other inmates. They never actually see other inmates unless they're coming out of their cell. Hey, what's going on, guys? We're coming into the security housing unit into C facility. This inmate's being escorted from another area in the prison coming this direction. As we pan around and walk this direction, coming down the long corridor.
Inside maximum security, the prisoners never see each other, and the guards are usually unarmed in order to avoid hostage situations.
12 block corridor, please. All of the units in the SHU have a corridor control that runs and operates these doors coming into the units.
Inside block C12, it's lunchtime. There's no canteen in the Supermax. All meals are served in the prisoners' cells on plastic plates. There is no cutlery. The prisoners have to eat with their bare hands. It takes 2 prison guards just 10 minutes to feed all 50 detainees in the block, under the watchful eye of a 3rd guard, armed with a shotgun.
This is a population of inmate that has proven over time that they can't successfully come into a dining room with other inmates without there being trouble.
Extreme precautions, since according to the authorities, all of the prisoners here are murderers or dangerous psychopaths. Some cells in block C12 are made from plexiglass to avoid prisoners targeting or throwing things at the guards.
There's a population of inmates within the SHU unit, the security housing unit, who have demonstrated over time that they want to use fecal matter, urine, different liquid substances to assault officers.
Behavior not unusual inside the Supermax, since some inmates after years of this kind of detention are bordering on madness. Sentenced to life for murder, Fernando Medina has spent 17 years inside the Supermax and now questions his own sanity. He's not only kept a good distance away, but he's also chained.
All these years being confined, has it taken an effect on me? Has a psychological effect on me? Am I damaged in some way? I don't know. I've seen individuals like that too, where they snap psychologically, and they let the time get to them. I've seen individuals who, they just shut down. They refuse to participate in the program, and they'll just shut down. They won't say anything to anybody else, and they'll just sit there in their cell all day looking at the walls, and they'll let their mind run away with them. If we let ourselves deteriorate, that's what will happen to us.
Solitude, silence, and only the guards to speak to, often for a lifetime. Eddie Mills was found guilty of violent hold-ups 7 times. Here, where he is serving a life sentence, he's considered a well-behaved prisoner. The camera was allowed closer for the interview, but still from outside his cell.
I think the biggest thing we probably all miss is just the human contact. Being around and joke and play and shake a hand with other humans.
Eddie's done himself no favors in prison. A member of a neo-Nazi gang, he stabbed a fellow inmate 11 years ago, and he's been in solitary ever since. He's locked inside a cell with no windows 23 hours a day. To pass the time, he's been teaching himself Spanish and French, and his latest project, business law.
I go to bed about 9, I get up about 4 and study, and then I usually work out after breakfast. Between reading and actually studying, trying to memorize grammar or whatever it is I happen to be learning, like right now it's business law, so I have to learn the business law terms. and memorize the different things in business law. I spend roughly 8 to 10, sometimes 15 hours a day studying, doing reading or studying.
For 1 hour a day, the door to Eddie's cell opens automatically to allow him out for exercise. We could only film him in the yard, and it's the only time of the day where he sees any fellow inmates.
We'll cuff him at the yard door.
The guards supervise the interview and allow us into the yard so long as Eddie is shackled.
Let's go ahead, back wall.
I'm a dangerous criminal and can't be left alone now.
Newman, can you close it down for just a couple?
That's it, though.
For Eddie Mills, the exercise allows him his only glimpse of the open sky.
Sometimes I don't even come out. I don't even bother coming out because it's almost the same thing as a cell without books or without television or without anything. It depends on the mood.
You've been shot at, you've been broken down. Heart is beating, still won't make a sound. It feels like an angel straight from heaven, just like my lucky number 7. Just breathe me in. I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? Do you feel me too? I'll be your chemical. Just breathe me in. way to fade. I'm feeling like pressure builds inside me. Heart is full of secrets I can't keep no
Never sold drugs but I would to get high. Cut with my wrist in my dreams every night. Fuck all these bitches, I wish they would die. Cut up these bitches with butterfly knives. I just want money, I don't care for fame. Bitches can suck me and show me their brain. Walk with a limp but I need me no cane. And 68 pussies with just cellophane. Blood inside my system when I spit it I go missing. I got bodies in my vision, better listen to the witness. So you're missing in the scripture, listen to my fingers. Stick my dick inside to different bitches. Bitch I ride around with killers like I threatened by a dealer. Think I'm pressure from a teaser. I fuck headers by the leader. Mixed with sugar and I heat it. Boy you better call a healer. Either that or call a preacher. I got devils with a medal that will leave you in the freezer. Blackout when I'm blacked out, wanna back out. Deal with the snitch, gotta kill a rat now. Let the dogs out, let the rats out. I'm a serpent when I see a rat, get the rope and I wrap round. Choke till the bitch fucking blacks out. No pass out, then I let a blunt out of pass round. Nobody lives in the rat's house. I just sat down with my face with a fucking hand towel. Basically blatantly stating the case. Skinned a little homie from ankle to face. Make shoes from his skin like gator or snake. Perfection takes time, I got patience to waste. Drive down the road, I got blood on my face. Foot on the gas with nobody to race. Guts turn to ash as I smoke away pain. Suicide boys play as I run away. Kill me, I don't wanna feel no more. Feel me, I don't wanna live no more. Bury me outside in a blacked out box and a stacked out cot till I breathe no more. I don't wanna speak no more. I don't wanna bleed no more. I don't wanna breathe no whore. I don't wanna sleep no more. I don't wanna sleep no more. Blacked out in the back of a black cab when I got back. Got a bad back from the smack rat sack. That more dark than a black cat. Bitch wanna back chat till I come with a black bat. Roundhouse cause I'm gonna swing for the jaw. Found out that I got a thing for the gore. So I drowned 3 bodies right down by the lake. Now I see these ghosts when I swim to the shore. And I got me a flow so cold that when I speak out loud I'm like bring me the corpse. Bring me the scalp of the leader. Blacked out beamer. Scars on my face from the war. I've been feeling like I wanna get into the money. I've been feeling like a grizzly. Looking for the honey isn't funny cause I wanna get it gully. You've been missing every shot like a tully. And I'm waiting for the wind to let the start true sunny. Can't shoot fully dark brute pussy. And you acting like you bite but you're all bark buddy. In a car park with a dark heart till I rip you apart over dead blood money. Frozen on roads I be making you freeze. With scars from your head I be making you bleed. Bands on my wrist even time looking green. Flash of the stick like I brag at the scene.
name of this song is Uncle Sam Damn. It's a show tune, but the show ain't been written for it yet. We gonna see if Tony Jerome and the band can maybe work it out for me. Straighten me out right quick. I like it so far, man. Yeah. Come on, let's go. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. Grand Imperial Guard where the dollar is sacred and proud. Let's do the real, come on now. Smoke and mirrors, stripes and stars, stolen for the cross in the name of God. Bloodshed, genocide, rape and fraud, written to the pages of the law, good law. The cold continent latchkey child ran away one day and started acting foul. King of where the wild things are, daddy's proud, cause the Roman Empire done passed it down. Imported and tortured the workforce and never healed the wounds or shook the curse off. Now the grown-up Goliath nation holding open auditions for the part of David. Can you feel? Nothing can save you. You question the rain, you get rushed in and chained up. Fist raised, but I must be insane, cause I can't figure single damn way to change. Well, welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard where the dollar is sacred and power is God. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard where the dollar is sacred and power is God. All must bow to the fat and lazy. The obey me, and why do they hate me? Who me? Only 2 generations away from the world's most despicable slavery trade. Pioneered so many ways to degrade a human being that it can't be changed to this day. Legacy so ingrained in the way that we think we no longer need chains to be slaves. Lord, it's a shameful display. The overseers even got raped along the way. Cause the children can't escape from the pain, and they born with the poisonous hatred in their veins. Try and separate a man from his soul. You only strengthen him and lose your own. But shoot that if he walk near the throne. Remind him that this is my home. Now I'm gone. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard where the dollar is sacred and power is God. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard where the dollar is sacred. Hold up, give me one right here, hold on. You don't give money to the bums on the corner with a sign bleeding from their gums. Talking about you don't support a crackhead. What you think happens to the money from your taxes? The government's the addict with $1 billion a week kill brown people habit. And even if you ain't on the front line, when Master yell crunch time, you right back at it. Man, look at how you hustling backwards. At the end of the year, add up what they subtracted. 3 out of 12 months, your salary pay for that madness. Man, that's savage. What's left? Get a big ass plasma to see where they made Dan rather point the damn camera. Only approved questions get answered. Now stand your ass up for that national anthem. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard where the dollar is sacred and power is God. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief, home of the slave. The Grand Imperial Guard where the dollar is sacred and power is God. Ladies and gentlemen, on the piano tonight, to my left, your right, it's Jake One. And I am big bad body rocking. Failure is not an option. I've been grinding 9 to 5 like Dolly Parton.
yesterday. Now I've joined the cavalry, and my head's been shaved, and I cry like your baby, but I'm trying not to break. There's something more. Am I alone? I never know what I'm looking for. Something more. Sometimes I wonder if I were a bird, would I be so serious if my feet could leave the dirt? Down here I fear I've become far too concerned with everything I'm giving, nothing that I've earned. In the earth, there's something more. Am I alone? I never know what I'm looking for. Something more.
I'm doing good, Scooter. How are you? I'm doing good. How are you? Catnip? What's your request? You can't be copyrighted. I just got a warning. Lunatic Minx, thank you so much. You're so sweet. Appreciate you. You're prime even. Thank you, love. Hope you're having a lovely day. What's your day, mate?
sanctuary cities are making it very difficult to arrest the criminals. For instance, Chicago, very well educated. They've been educated how to defy ICE, how to hide from ICE.
He's mad that they can't cheat in their Gestapo operations, that there's still like some semblance of rules and restrictions that they must abide by in their dragnet operations. And that's very frustrating for him. Like, oh, they're very well educated. They know the rules that I can't violate the Fourth Amendment. I don't like that. And
I've seen many pamphlets from many NGOs. Here's how you escape ICE. If I'm arresting you, here's what you need to do. They call it know your rights. I call it how to escape arrest. There's a warrant for your arrest, and they tell you how to hide from ICE. No, don't open your door. Don't answer questions. Okay, you can call it know your rights all you want, but there's an order for their removal. They've been ordered removed by a federal judge after due process at great taxpayer expense. They need to go. But if we got to play that cat and mouse game, that's what we're going to do till every one of them gone.
Good guy behavior, real good guy behavior, a law enforcement member of the federal law enforcement agency, upset that people know their rights. That's when you know someone is definitely a good guy, okay? When they're like, I hate that these people have a decent understanding of the rules and the law, and therefore it makes it much harder for us to do these mass apprehensions. And I hate it. I don't like it one bit. We need to stop educating these migrants so they can be just as stupid as I am. Tom Holman.
It's expensive to enforce the laws and protect our national security, but I don't put a price tag on securing that border. Once we secure the border, we show consequences. The number's already down.
So they're literally doing the more expensive thing specifically as a show of force. I will say I'm not particularly excited at how little we're talking about, like whether or not these people are actually criminals, what their circumstances were, basically moving on to the next point of contention fairly quickly, which is like the logistical issues. I think that you probably should spend a little bit more time addressing the truth of these claims and also whether or not we should be doing these mass deportations in general. Like, I feel like that is, at least from where I'm standing, like when these guys just go, nah, they're just criminals. Oh, they're criminals, FS, for sure. See, that's what I mean. It's like, I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe I'm wrong. That just kind of doesn't make sense that we're just automatically running with the assumption that these are like some of the most dangerous, violent criminals of all time, but then also not recognizing that if that is the case, then there are far larger, more consequential problems that immediately must be addressed in terms of how the local court structure works, like how lower courts work, because that would imply that the lower courts are just straight up letting people go. Dude, I saw a TikTok that I want to show you guys about where Joe Rogan was, okay? I need you to see this. This is back when I was a Joe Rogan head as well. Here's Joe Rogan and Sam Harris, two people who I disagree with vehemently now, talking about Donald Trump.
The illegal aliens
round
are
them
here.
up. Gonna round them up.
And do what with them?
Send them back to their country.
Oh, that is so crazy. That's such a crazy idea, and it's so brutal. The idea that, I mean, it's a subhuman thing. The only reason why people would come to America is because they felt like it would make their life better. So people take a big risk. There's not an easy way to do it if you're poor and you don't have any qualifications for any unusual job. I mean, and you're trying to get across to Mexico. But everybody who does it because they want to improve their life. You know, and the idea that one group of people shouldn't be able to do it and one group should, just because we were born on the right side of some strange line that is only a couple hundred years old.
But the climate change thing is also insane and dangerous.
Well, he was a birther.
Right, yeah, right.
He was one of the original
Yeah,
birthers. He was saying that Obama's birth certificate was bullshit. He was born in Kenya, right? Wasn't he one of those guys?
Oh, yeah, he was
I would love
self-funding that for a while, yeah.
I would love it if he got into office and just said, listen, folks.
Like, this is Joe Rogan in 2016, and his approach to immigration right here, like specifically talking about undocumented migrants right here, is my understanding of the reality, okay? Because it is the reality. No one is coming into America with like impure intentions, okay? Especially not 20 million people. The assumption that 20 million undocumented migrants, if there are 20 million of them on U.S. soil, with a hive mind, right? Operate with a hive mind to begin with is insane. Like dudes from Honduras, Guatemala, Cuba, Venezuela, the Congo, China, all around the world, right? People come into the United States of America from all around the world. The notion that like an evil act of a singular undocumented migrant is actually reflective of the 20 million population is psychotic, especially when they are from virtually every different demographic, ethnicity, creed, background, race, educational attainment. Like they are not, this is not one blob. That's number one. Number two, the notion that they come here specifically to do crimes or to ruin American society is also ridiculous. Like, these are just normal people, man. They're normal people just like you and me. And they want the same exact things. They want a roof over their heads. They want a better future for themselves and their kids. They want to have a regular job, you know? So the idea that they're coming here to do crimes and like undermine American culture is completely ridiculous. It's so silly. I don't understand it. So coming through the legal process, great question. Some of the people that are being deported are actually coming in through the legal process, just so you know. The difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant is just paperwork. And as far as the undocumented migrants that have come in, okay, the reason why they have come in through criminal means, which is not a severe violation at all, right? You're passing, as Joe Rogan correctly points out, an imaginary boundary that we set up like 100 years ago. It didn't even exist. It's just paperwork. You are so pathetically virtuous. It's insane. First of all, I don't understand why virtue is considered a vice in this regard, okay? You are just saying that you agree that I have the morally correct position. That is not like a pejorative. You can't say, man, I hate how pathetically virtuous you are. What has happened to American society? What has happened to people? What do you mean pathetically virtuous? It's like that tweet, never commit the sin of empathy. Like, what is happening? What do you mean, the sin of empathy? Illegal immigrant rights over American people's rights. Nice one, Hassan. Your rights begin and end on the boundaries of other people, okay? On other people's rights. There's no such thing as like illegal immigrants getting more rights than Americans. Like, that's ridiculous. That's not a real thing. And also, that should not be a real thing, okay? And in terms of just paperwork, it is the truth. Because the difference between an undocumented migrant, when people say, just come in the legal way, that's what they're saying. File the paperwork. And I'm telling people that they do file the paperwork and they are still considered undocumented migrants because it's just about paperwork. That's the reason why J.D. Vance can go on the national stage and say, Haitians with temporary protected status, proper paperwork, are undocumented migrants that are going to be deported from this country.
Now, the media loves to say that the Haitian migrants, hundreds of thousands of them, by the way, 20,000 in Springfield, but hundreds of thousands of them all across our country, they are here legally. And what they mean is that Kamala Harris used two separate programs, mass parole and temporary protective status. She used two programs to wave a wand and to say, we're not going to deport those people here. Well, if Kamala Harris waves the wand illegally and says these people are now here legally, I'm still going to call them an illegal alien. An illegal action from Kamala Harris does not make an alien legal. That is not how this works.
They're not undocumented. They have the documentation. They quite literally have the proper paperwork, which means they went through the process. They got criminal background checks. The Department of Homeland Security, which is not a woke institution, has decided that these people are allowed into the country. Okay. That's number one. Number two, in terms of like national security conversations, national security fears in general, this again goes back to a falsehood that I was addressing in the beginning. These people are not coming in here to do crimes. And as a matter of fact, the data also reflects that reality. Undocumented migrants are responsible for a smaller share of crimes per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. They do less crime in general. Define paperwork, be more specific. I don't know how much more specific I can be. Paperwork as in going through the proper channels and opening up the proper channels in the hands of the federal government, of course, opening up the proper channels for these undocumented migrants to be processed. America has created amnesty for undocumented migrants numerous times throughout its history. Ronald Reagan very famously did this as well. Defined paperwork in this situation would be whichever the proper paperwork is for processing undocumented migrants and making them documented migrants. A big part of the reason why there are undocumented migrants to begin with, like the people that just come in, right, without the proper paperwork, is because the government doesn't want there to be enough paperwork readily available, enough processing readily available. They just don't let in that many people in general. It is a very long and arduous process. That's the real reason. Yes, as someone in the chat pointed this out as well, as my God King Gaben has said, piracy is a service problem, right? And he's correct. Piracy is a service problem. The American government and its immigration processes are no different. Undocumented migration is directly born out of the fact that the federal government makes it like a 10-year to 15-year process for you to get properly cleared to get into the country. I mean, I have described the real reasons as to why the federal government has this approach, and that is because they want there to be an endless pool of undocumented laborers, people that have no legal means to fight back if they are over by their bosses, people who play a role in the American agribusiness, people who play an incredibly important role in the construction sector, that are a permanently refreshing pool of labor that will work because they're in much more desperate condition, that will work for pennies on the dollar, doing backbreaking labor, that can be deported from this country on a moment's notice. If these people were all documented, then business owners wouldn't be able to abuse them as much. Business owners wouldn't be able to use them as a means of depressing the wages of the documented labor pool.
What does it take? What is the standard, I guess, to go into an elementary school? Because what we had heard from immigration advocates is that this is going to provide a chilling effect to parents in the school drop-off.
I don't know what to say. Like, it's no longer hysterical to say that this is Nazi. You know what I mean? I mean, this is identical. Brother, you're talking about an elementary school, man. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? At that point, like, what does it take? Truly, what does it take for people to be like, okay, this is exactly what the Nazis were doing? A lot of people don't want to recognize that, like, their government is doing things that they've learned in history books were historically wrong. You know, our historic enemies have done these things. They don't want to recognize that reality, and some people just actively like it, and they enjoy the pain and cruelty, and they're like, oh no. And then for many, I think it's just like, well, they're not death camps. The Nazis didn't start off with death camps either. It starts with dehumanization, and then it moves on from dehumanization to apprehension. It moves on from apprehension to deportation. And once deportation is not like materially viable because it's too expensive, too costly, too many legal hurdles, then, you know, another alternative comes to mind, an easier way to dispose of these people. The other part of migration in this country is that, like, when I say immigration is the backbone of American society, I mean it, okay? And obviously it's a little silly for me to say this considering, you know, I'm first generation, I'm an anchor baby, fair, you know? The reason why the United States of America, which gets a lot of things wrong, was able to thrive was because of migration. Yes, it served a settler colonial purpose initially, but the reality of the matter is America was built on migration, whether it be the Pilgrims or whether it be the constant flow of migrants coming into this nation. This is a nation of immigrants. It's like ridiculous. Everyone with the exception of Native Americans is literally a migrant. At a certain point, they migrated here, okay? Not only is it hilariously hypocritical to say, no, we got to kick the ladder down now, but it's also ridiculous because migrants are what built this country. And if you go back far enough, everyone, if you go back far enough, is a migrant or did not live here, right? Let me not just say migrant, because obviously chattel slavery also is something that happened in this country. Migrants are the reason why the United States of America, despite being a developed nation, did not fall into the same issues that many other developed nations have fallen victim to. I am at the heart right now, the epicenter of what happens when you have a developed nation run into population problems because of their xenophobia. I'm in Japan. This is literally the living, breathing example of what happens when you have restrictive immigration policies. Canada has the same level of migrants or even higher level of migration than the United States of America does, and yet it's much safer than the United States of America. Now, of course, in comparison to other countries, it's not as safe, but Canada is objectively much safer than the United States of America. One must ask the question why. Maybe it has nothing to do with migrants either. Also, it does not make it doesn't matter if Japan is safe right now, because they're not safe from complete societal collapse. And that's inevitably where you arrive at when you have an interest in like maintenance of purity. They're losing their minds out here. They're like, why the f are you guys not repopulating? Please repopulate. Not understanding partially the reason for their population numbers diminishing is, one, because of a clear lack of migration, but also because they all work all the time. They have an insane work culture here. Same issue with Korea too. Just a crazy situation, man.
So how many years altogether did you live in the U.S.?
Almost 19 years.
19 years?
Yes. I'm scared because now with Trump, they say they have to go, go with the criminal, but we're not a criminal,
But you have a trespassing conviction?
Yes.
Are you going to try to stay here? Or do you think you'll go back?
I have to go back, for sure.
You'll find a way back?
Yes.
While Fidel walks freely here, others are pulled aside by Guatemalan police as soon as they arrive, accused of crimes not only in the U.S., but also here in their homeland. They require a lot of resources so as to reintegrate the returnees.
Pues de momento no hay una diferencia.
Guatemala's vice president.
Trespassing and no car seat. Yeah, I'm glad that Tom Homan is taking out these real rugged criminals, dude. This is surely going to improve crime in this country. We are really tackling the crime rate, man. Thank God we're taking out all the bad guys, dude. Also separating them from their families, too. That's the other thing. I feel so much safer, don't you? I'm glad these heinous criminals have been deported by military planes with chains on their arms as they're perp walked so that the Trump administration get a W, like a horrifyingly racist W. Sorry to spam, but earlier, didn't you say illegal immigration crossing the border illegally is just a civil violation? It led me down a rabbit hole that seems to say it is a crime. Being an undocumented immigrant in the U.S. alone, however, is not. Wait, what? Yeah, what do you think a civil violation is? A civil violation is still a crime. There's a difference between a civil violation and a felony. Yeah, a moving violation is still a crime, right? Like a traffic ticket is still a crime. I think you misunderstood what I was saying. And I don't think you're being disingenuous. It's important to clarify these things. Like, technically, jaywalking is a crime, right? Jaywalking is a crime, but we don't treat it in the same way that we would other crimes because we understand the societal harm or the impact that is being done when someone jaywalks is not, it's not all too significant. Do you think this will get to the point of arresting legal immigrants and citizens? Yes. Not only has it already gotten to the point of detaining U.S. citizens, but yes. Illegal entry into the United States is a federal crime that often comes with civil penalties. Illegally crossing the border into the United States has many consequences, such as deportation and bans on re-entry into the U.S. Okay? Unlawful entry into the United States means that the person has entered the United States outside of immigration laws that allow legal entrance to the U.S. U.S. unlawful entry is legally called improper entry. Unlawful presence is when a person stays in the U.S. after entering the U.S. unlawfully. You can overstay your visa, or you can remain in the U.S. after improper entry. The majority of the undocumented migrants that are now on U.S. soil year over year are actually visa overstayers, and they're not border crossers. If your visa is expired, you must legally leave the United States. However, there are exceptions to unlawful presence. Speak with your immigration attorney. You were illegally in the U.S. as a minor. You were the victim of abuse or sexual human trafficking. You have evidence showing you applied for an extension of stay in a timely manner if you are a visa overstayer. Improper entry into the U.S. is a tricky legal situation. The immigration laws outlining improper entry fall under U.S. Code Title 8, Section 1325. They can also be found in the Immigration and Nationality Act, Section 275. The most typical depiction of improper entry is the illegal crossing the border at an unguarded border crossing. But there are many ways that a person can face punishment for illegal immigration. A person is considered to have illegally entered the U.S. if they, A, enter at a place without immigration officers present or at a location that is not a designated point of entry. B, enter without being examined or inspected by immigration officers. C, enter based on false or misleading information. Or D, enter while willfully concealing facts or materials. Examples of illegal entry include lying on a visa application or providing false documents or even a fake identification card or a green card. Unlawful entry is a felony, and having a felony offense makes it extremely difficult to legally re-enter the United States. A list of undocumented immigration civil offenses and violation consequences are listed below. This didn't used to be the case, but it is now. But technically, at least throughout American history, unlawful entry into the United States did not even exist at all for the longest time, but now it's considered a felony. What about the statute of limitations? I actually don't think there is one. This is just a regular law firm, an immigrant attorney firm. No, not a civil felony. I'm saying it's now considered a felony. Punishments for illegal crossings include criminal penalties for reentry as well as reentry of certain removed people, such as those removed due to a conviction or aggravated felony, misdemeanors, crimes, and felonies that differ from aggravated felony. First punishment for crossing the border illegally is a civil penalty fine of $50 to $250, imprisonment for up to 6 months, or both fines and imprisonment. Okay? So if you're caught crossing the border, your penalty could literally be $50 to $250. Second punishment for crossing the border illegally is a civil penalty fine, imprisonment for up to 2 years, both fines and imprisonment. There's also penalties for improper entry by marriage fraud, penalties for improper entry by entrepreneurship fraud, fraudulently establishing a business to avoid immigration laws. There's reentry with additional crimes. Yes, there is a crime of improper entry under US 1325, which we're looking at, which makes it a misdemeanor to enter the country illegally, but that doesn't apply to visa overstays. And B, the statute of limitations is 5 years, and most undocumented immigrants have been here for 15 plus. Oh, I didn't know that there was a statute of limitation. To summarize, it is not a crime to be in the U.S. in violation of immigration law. Visa overstays haven't committed any crimes, and the majority of people who did commit a crime when they crossed the border are now over a decade past the time when that offense was prosecutable. The one exception to the above is for individuals previously deported who then re-enter the country illegally. For that group, it is a crime for them simply to be in the U.S., and the statute of limitations does not begin to run until the person comes onto immigration's radar. There is no statute of limitations on this. The defining condition was illegal entry. The crime is remaining. It resets every single day. False. Federal law provides the statute of limitations begin to run when the elements of a crime are completed. For improper entry, the crime is completed after the entry occurs. At that moment, the 5-year statute of limitation begins to run. Here are a pattern of jury instructions for a violation of 8 U.S.C. 1325. The essential elements are: the defendant is an alien. The defendant knowingly entered the U.S. The defendant entered at a place other than a port of entry. There it is. Why are you pretending like statutes of limitation matter? No, they don't. Under the Trump administration, I mean, no laws truly matter under the Trump administration. I'm just simply telling you what the existing laws are. Even the existing laws are more forgiving than I suspected. I didn't know that there was a statute of limitation of 5 years, for example. But even then, clearly, the way that our enforcers interpret / use the existing laws are entirely different than whether these laws are lenient or not. Okay? Obviously, this is being used for pure politics. There's no legitimate reason for this level of apprehension and this level of scrutiny. And it's purely for invoking white nativist sentiment and doing PR for this government to make it seem like they're doing a great job taking care of these rugged criminals.
Thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. More about them later. Hey guys, quick reminder, my Australia tour
talking?
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that. I'm trying this very convoluted way of getting around.
And on the left. Check it from the
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Oh, with the camera, so let's get it. Yeah. So whenever I'm there for that, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, when residents are leaving, get it, everybody stay seated in this area.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, I want to provide a brief report on the unprecedented success our country has been witnessing in recent weeks. Since even before the election, we've been making extraordinary progress. The American people gave us a clear mandate to save our country, and we won all 7 swing states by large margins, historic. Very importantly, we won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. Also, all 50 states, as you know, shifted toward the Republican Party, and that's never happened before. All 50, every single one of them. In our first week in office, we set records, taking over 350 executive actions. That's not been done before. And it has reportedly been the single most effective opening week of any presidency in history. And we want to keep it that way. We want to keep it going. We want to keep it going. We've broken from decades of failed Washington policies and restored common sense and sanity to our government. We've unleashed American energy, and we've already achieved record low illegal immigration. As you see, there's nobody trying to get in. And that's what we've been waiting for a long time, and gotten woke ideologies out of our government and out of our military. The water has now begun flowing in California as we continue to increase the flow in coming days. Nobody's seen anything like that, and I've also taken strong action to regain control of the Washington bureaucracy. Just for clarification purposes, because it was incorrectly reported yesterday, we have informed the federal workforce, which they've looked to do for many years, that if they're working for the federal government, they must show up to the office on time and on schedule. We don't want them. We don't want them to work from home because, as everyone knows, most of the time they're not working, they're not very productive, and it's unfair to the millions of people in the United States who are in fact working hard from job sites and not from their home. As federal employees, they must meet a high standard. They're representing our government, they're representing our country. If they don't agree by February 6th to show up back to work in their office, they will be terminated, and we will therefore be downscaling our government, which is something that the last 10 presidents have tried very hard to do but failed. Most of the people we're talking about have not been going to their federal offices in many, many years, from even before COVID. But they have nevertheless been paid. Some have worked, some haven't worked, and most of the studies say that some have just gone through the motions. We may ask these people to prove that they didn't have another job during their so-called employment with the United States of America, because if they did, that would be unlawful. As you understand, a lot of people are getting paychecks, but they're actually working other jobs, so they'll have to prove that to us, that they weren't. In any event, we're requiring them to show up to work or be terminated. We think a very substantial number of people will not show up to work, and therefore our government will get smaller and more efficient, and that's what we've been looking to do for many, many decades, frankly.
Bye, Jerome. See you later.
Thank you. In addition, there was a short-term pause or funding freeze on certain discretionary spending payments, such as government grants, only for us to quickly look at the scams, dishonesty, waste, and abuse that's taken place in our government for too long. As was explicitly stated, this in no way affected Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, or other entitlements that Americans depend on. I've made abundantly clear from the very first day that I ran from office, that was a long time ago now, that's 2015. If you think about it, I announced in 2015 and we won in 2016. We did very well in 2020, but we did really well just recently. And I'm restating right now to correct any confusion that the media has purposely and somehow for whatever reason created. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid have not been affected by any action we're taking in any way, shape, or form. We are merely looking at parts of the big bureaucracy where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. 50 million. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs. How about that? We stopped an attempt to make an illicit payment for illegal alien resettlement.
What is he fucking
We
saying?
canceled $181 million in DEI training contracts.
15
This is
million
just for
for
the training
condoms? What
of
the
people
fuck?
in
That's not
DEI,
real.
which has been terminated and completely terminated. And we paused $1.7 billion in unauthorized payments to foreign organizations, including stopping more than $40 million that was on its way out the door to the very corrupt World Health Organization, which has not done its job and not done it properly. We also blocked $45 million for diversity scholarships in Burma. 45, that's a lot of money for diversity scholarships in Burma. You can imagine where that money went. These were the types of payments and many others. I could stand here all day and tell you things that we found, and we have to find them quickly because we want the money to flow to proper places. But these were the payments and types of payments affected by the temporary freeze, and the American people strongly support these efforts. I talked about it during the campaign, and they voted for us in record numbers. Every single day we're now putting America first and fighting to get the most out of every single tax dollar for our great citizens. We've gathered this afternoon to take another historic action. However, in a few moments, the Laken-Riley Act will become the very first bill that I proudly sign into law as the 47th President of the United States. Laken was a brilliant and beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia, the best in her class. She was always the best. They would say, Laken, how do you do this? And what do you do? They were always asking her questions. She was respected by everybody, even her teachers. They respected her so much. From the time she was in first grade, Laken knew she wanted to spend her time caring for others. That's what she did. To her friends and classmates, she was a light of warmth and kindness in every single room. To her parents and family, she was everything in the world. They've had a miserable period of time. Just after 9 a.m. last February 22nd, Laken went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia, but she was just never returned. She never came back, did she, huh? Parents are here, sister, all of her relatives. While on her run, Laken was attacked, viciously assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and murdered by an illegal alien gang member who was set loose into our country by the last administration. We are deeply honored to be joined today by Laken's parents, Allison and John, and her sister, Lauren. Thank you very much. Thank you. So sad. We were
Kick the
together
raccoon out of the tent and get
right
attacked
after
with
that
guns. No,
happened, and,
why get sad?
it's,
Raccoon's supposed to be friends.
tremendous tribute to your daughter, what's
I love
taking place
raccoons.
today. That's all I can say, but so sad we have to be doing it at all. Thank you very much for being here. To Laken's family, we will keep Laken's memory alive in our hearts forever, everyone's hearts. With today's action, her name will also live forever in the laws of our country, and this is a very important law. This is something that has brought Democrats and Republicans together. That's not easy to do. Laken did it. Laken did it. America will never, ever forget Laken Hope Riley. The vicious criminal who murdered Precious Laken was an illegal alien member of the barbaric Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. He trespassed across our southern border in 2022 and was apprehended by Border Patrol, but under the cruel policies of the last administration, instead of being deported, as he should have been, he was released into the United States, as were millions of other people, many of them very dangerous people. And you see what we're doing, we're getting them the hell out of here.
I agree with getting violent criminals like the person who did that to Lakin out of here, but I just keep hearing other situations that should not be happening.
But because of New York City's deadly sanctuary
Beef
policies,
jerky, they
as
wanted
we
the beef
have in
jerky.
California and many other places, which we're ending, we're going to end them. He was released again to reoffend. The Biden administration then provided this illegal alien criminal with a free taxpayer-funded flight from New York to Georgia, where he was arrested yet again, constantly, this time for stealing from a Walmart along with his gang member brother, who was a bad one. Only after being released a third time by the U.S. law enforcement did this cold-blooded criminal go out in that fateful morning, hunting for women on whom to prey. That's what he did. He hunted. It was like a hunter. I'm going to show him who the hunter is.
Why is
This
he
horrific
saying it like
atrocity
this?
should
This is
never
weird.
have been allowed to happen. And as president, I'm fighting every single day to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. We don't want this to happen. And under the law, thank you. Under the law I'm signing today, the Department of Homeland Security will be required to detain all illegal aliens who have been arrested for theft, burglary, larceny, shoplifting, assaulting a police officer, murder, or any crime that results in death or serious injury. In addition, for the first time ever, this act gives state governments the ability to sue the federal government for immediate injunctive relief if any future administration ever again refuses to enforce the immigration laws of the United States, like happened for 4 long years. And that was happening for 4 long years, frightful years. Amazing. You'd say, how can people do this? How can they allow this to happen? How can they allow criminals to pour into our country and then try and defend it? And they're still trying to defend it, but they can't. That's why I'm here instead of somebody else, actually. It's the biggest reason. I believe it's the single biggest reason. Inflation was horrible. Many things were horrible during that administration. When you look at what took place in Afghanistan, the way they got out, not that they got out, but the way, so many things were horrible. But to me, this was the worst of all. It's a landmark law that we're doing today. It's going to save countless innocent American lives. I want to thank every House Republican, every Senate Republican, as well as the 12 Senate Democrats and the 48 House Democrats who voted to pass this vitally important bill, and many of them are with us today, and I really do appreciate it. And I very much especially appreciate the bipartisan support. The Democrats, really a big percentage of them came through, and plenty of them wanted to. They probably felt they couldn't, but they really wanted to. That they don't understand that would have made them a lot more popular, would have made them a lot better with their people. The ones that didn't are going to be, they're going to be sorry, because the people are not going to forget
Love
that they wouldn't
oil
say
art?
this is
Wait,
a
what the fuck?
perfect, incredible tribute to an unbelievable young lady.
That sounded weird for a second.
We're joined today by many
Slime
great
time people in the
supporters of
face
our
when they're
new
rude.
strong
Fuck.
border policies, and they are indeed strong, including Vice President Vance, thank you, JD, Secretary Scott Bessent, who just got approved, by the way. Where's Scott? He just got approved. Scott, I'm very impressed. Got a lot of Democrat votes. He got a lot of Democrat votes. It's great. I don't know, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'll have to think about that. Secretary of Homeland Security, who's going to be fantastic. I know her so well, and I know it's probably not complimentary because she is a woman, but she is tough. Where is she? Where is Christy? Christy, great. Stand up, please. You have such an important job to do. Really great. Thank you very much. And don't let that look fool you. That look is She's tough, and she cannot stand that she's having to sit here and even listen to this today. Another one who's done a job like nobody that I've seen in a long time. Tom Homan is my friend, but he is something special. He's something special. Yeah. And Tom and Christy, the numbers are unbelievable. What's happened? It's like just shut down. Nobody thought it was even possible. It's just shut down. They showed an area that a year ago had thousands and thousands of people rushing to our country. And today there was nobody there. It was like a beautiful sight. And also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso. Great guy. Great guy. Thank you, John. And I also want to thank the bill sponsors, Senator Katie Britt. Katie, thank you, Katie. And Congressman Mike Collins. And Mike, you were fantastic from Georgia. You took
For the Follow Circus.
In the current situation, there's probably some elevated uncertainty because of significant policy shifts in those 4 areas that I mentioned: tariffs, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulatory policy. So there's probably some additional uncertainty, but that should be passing. We should go through that, and then we'll be back to the regular amount of uncertainty. So, what forecasters are doing, not just us, but everybody's doing, is they've got sort of just a set of assumptions about what might happen, but they're really kind of in the nature of a placeholder, and meaning, plausible could be, but honestly, you wouldn't stand behind it because you just don't know, and so you're just on hold waiting to see what comes down. It's a very large economy, and policy is affected at the margin, but we're going to wait and see.
If I can follow up, the idea that you feel that policy is restrictive suggests that the Fed in general wants to continue to lower interest rates. So when you look at the data that you are dependent on, are you looking for data that tell you that you can cut, or data that will tell you you should hold?
We're looking. It's more the other. The way it works is we are looking at the data to guide us in what we should do, and that's what we do. And right now, we feel like we're in a very good place. Policy is well positioned. The economy's in quite a good place, actually, as well. And what we do expect is to see further progress on inflation. And as I mentioned, as we see that, or if we were to see weakening in the labor market, that could foster. We could then be in a position of making further adjustments. But right now, we don't see that, and we see things as in a really good place for policy and for the economy, and so we feel like we don't need to be in a hurry to make any adjustments.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you very much. In 2021 at a central bank conference, you said, quote, throughout my career in both public and private sectors, I've seen that the best and most successful organizations are often the ones that have a strong and persistent commitment to diversity and inclusion. These organizations consistently attract the best talent by investing in and retaining a world-class workforce. First question is, do you still believe that? And if so, how do you intend to put that belief into practice while remaining consistent with the recent executive order prohibiting diversity and inclusion efforts?
So let me say yes, in answer to your first question. But to the second question, I want to say this. We are, like others, we're reviewing the orders and the associated details as they're made available. And as has been our practice over many administrations, we are working to align our policies with the executive orders as appropriate and consistent with applicable law. And I want to add that I'm not going to have anything more specific for you today on this whole set of issues.
Well, if I could just follow up quickly on that, I'm wondering how you're getting that to be consistent with the Dodd-Frank law's stipulations about maintaining an Office of Minority and Women's Inclusion.
So I did mention consistent with applicable law, right?
Which is governing.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Just to follow up on Steve's question, what reassurance can you give the American public that the Fed will continue to operate independent of politics under this administration?
As I've said countless times over the years, this is who we are. This is what we do. We study the data. We analyze how it will affect the outlook and the balance of risks, and we use our tools to try to, given our best understanding, our best thinking, try to achieve our goals. That's what we do. That's always what we do. Don't look for us to do anything else. And that's, lots of research shows that's the best way for a central bank to operate. That'll give us the best possible chance to achieve these goals for the benefit of the American people. That's always what we're going to do, and people should have confidence in that, as I said a few minutes ago.
You've said that the Fed is in wait-and-see mode based on the policies that come out of this administration. Has the Fed started to model what policies like mass deportations, changes in immigration policy specifically, would look like for the workforce and for inflation?
So one of the things our staff does is they look at a range of possible outcomes, and they tend to go from really good to really bad, and it's one of the best things that they do. And in each teal book, you can look at the 5-year-old teal books and see there are alternative simulations. So that's what they do. There'll be a baseline, and then they'll show 6 or 7 alternative scenarios, including really good ones and not so good ones. And what those do is they spark, the policymakers to sort of think and understand about the uncertainties that surround this. So yes, the staff does that, and we're all well aware that that the range of possibilities is always broad, and not just now, but always. And it's hard to be open to just how broad the possibilities are for an economy. No one saw the pandemic coming, and it changed everything. So things happen, but yes, we do that. But it's different. It's one thing to do that, to make assessments about what might happen and begin to think about what you might do in that case, but you don't act until you see much more than we see now.
Katerina Saraiva, Bloomberg News. Last month you talked about a future rate cut as being pretty, significantly predicated on more progress in inflation. With the characterization of the labor market in the statement today, would you say that that's even more so the case now?
I'd say it's the same. We want to see, further progress on inflation. And, the story's there. We're just going to have to see the data. At the end of the day, it comes down to 12-month inflation, because that takes out the seasonality issues that may exist. And, we're just going to need to see that. We think we see the pathway for that to happen. One example, a key example, is that you now do see owner's equivalent rent and housing services, the way it's calculated for PCE. You see that coming down pretty steadily now, and that's the place where most of the remaining gap is. In addition, a big part of the overrun, as you will know, was from non-market services, which don't tend to send much signal. So you can look through all that and think, okay, that then we seem to be set up for further progress. But being seemed to set up for it is one thing, having it is another. So we're going to want to see further progress on inflation. Remember, we're not, we're under 2%, but our goal is 2%, and we do mean to get back sustainably to 2%.
And in terms of the labor market, I mean, how is that broadly, you said a broad set of indicators show that it's in pretty solid place. Was there broad agreement on that? There's been a few underlying indicators that are showing perhaps some weakness, a low hiring rate, workers reporting that it's increasingly difficult to find a job. Is that of concern to the committee?
So you're right. I mean, we look at, of course, a very broad range. So it starts with unemployment, with the unemployment rate, employment participation, wages, job quits, are people quitting, that kind of thing, the ratio of vacancies to unemployed. We look at all those things, and you put your finger, though, on it's a low hiring environment. So if you have a job, it's all good. But if you have to find a job, the job finding rate, the hiring rates have come down, and that's more typical of a. Let's say that the unemployment, that the labor market is at a sustainable level. It's not overheated anymore. We don't think we need it to cool off anymore. We do watch it extremely carefully. It's one of our 2 goal variables. But I'd say we watch those things quite carefully. But nonetheless, overall, look at the aggregate data in the labor market. The labor market does seem to be pretty stable and broadly in balance when you've got an unemployment rate that has been pretty stable now for a full half year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. On employment, now you said there's a broad range of possibilities, but last September you said, quote, "We understand that there's been quite an influx across the borders, and that has actually been one of the things that's allowed unemployment rate to rise." Now that the flow of the border has slowed and we're seeing deportations, how do you expect the unemployment rate to react?
So what's happening is that the flow across the border have decreased very significantly, and there's every reason to expect that to continue. But job creation has come down a bit too. So, if those 2 things come down together, that sort of can be a reason for the unemployment rate to stabilize. In other words, the break-even rate, as population growth slows, the break-even rate that you need in new jobs to make jobs for workers declines as well. So that seems to be something about what's happening. You do see a very flat unemployment rate at a time when you've seen significant declines.
I want to ask you about Fed employment. I know that tax money is not used here, but Elon Musk alleges that the Fed is, quote, absurdly overstaffed. We've seen the executive branch push to reduce the federal workforce. I just want to get your reaction.
You know, we run a very careful budget process. We're fully aware that we owe that to the public, and we believe we do that. And I've got no further comment than that. Thanks.
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. President Trump has said he will lower inflation by reducing gas and energy costs. Do you see such costs as a particular driver of inflation, and would lowering them have a dramatic effect?
Chris, I'm not going to react or discuss anything that any elected politician might say. So I'll give you a mulligan.
Okay, thank you. Well, nearly 2 weeks ago, the Fed said it was withdrawing from the network for greening the financial system, even as we have significant wildfires in Los Angeles doing billions of dollars in damage. And of course, the NGFS, as you know, is a group to talk about how the financial system could address climate change. Many commentators did see the timing as political. Why did you leave that organization? Can you explain that decision?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So we considered this, really at length, and we did decide to withdraw from the NGFS. And really the reason is that the work that the NGFS does has broadened very significantly. Think about nature-related risks and biodiversity and things like that. In addition, the work of the NGFS is in significant part intended to, and this is a quote, mobilize mainstream finance to support the transition toward a sustainable economy. So we joined to get the benefit of understanding what other central banks were doing and seeing research and things like that. I think this is just way beyond any plausible mandate that you could attribute to the Fed. And so we have a quite narrow role, as I've said many times, and I think that the activities of the NGFS are not a good fit for the Fed, given our current mandate and authority. So, and I just think it was time to acknowledge that. This process dates back, thinking about it dates back a couple of years. I made the decision to bring this to the board, some months ago. The process just took time to get here, and this is when we got it and voted on it. So, and I'm aware of how it can look, but it was really not driven by politics. It was driven by kind of the disconnect between the work of the NGFS and our mandate. Other central banks have different mandates and belong to the NGFS. We have no criticism of them, but it just isn't, it's not right for the Fed.
Thanks. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. I'm wondering if you could talk more about what further progress would look like for consumers.
Well, 2% inflation down to 2% sustainably is what we're trying to achieve. We're somewhat above that, as you know, and we want to see serial readings that suggest that we're making further progress on inflation. That's what we want to see, and consumers will pick that up, of course, in the things that they buy at the grocery store or at the store.
The other thing I wanted to ask was just how far away you think you are from neutral.
Yeah, you can't know with any precision, of course. As I like to say, that you know the neutral rate by its works. So I think at 4.3%, we're above pretty much everyone on the committee's estimates of the longer run neutral. I think our eyes are telling us that our policy is having the effects on the economy. That's really the question we ask. You can consult models, empirical models, theoretical models. You really have to just look out the window and see how your policy rate is affecting the economy. And I think we see that it's having meaningful effects in bringing inflation under control. It has helped bring the labor market into balance as well. So that's what we think. I would say we're meaningfully above it. I have no illusion that anyone knows precisely how much that is. But not knowing that and having cut 100 basis points means that it's appropriate that we not be in a hurry to make further adjustments.
Victoria. Victoria Guido with Politico. So as a general matter, when it comes to executive orders and OMB memos, do those always apply to the Fed, sometimes never, or do you just often voluntarily comply? What is the legality there?
So it's been our practice, as I mentioned, to work to align our policies to those that are mentioned in the executive orders, and I'm just going to leave it at that. As I mentioned, I'm not going to go any deeper than that or get into any deeper into this set of issues today.
Claire Jones from the Financial Times. Two questions, if I may, on tariffs. Well, first of all, we've seen global trade wars before, notably in 2019, last time around, but then we were in a very different place on both inflation and growth. If we see tariffs of the same sort of magnitude that we got then, which I know is big if, what do you think might be different this time around? And secondly, Tiff Macklem said there was no doubt that the threat of tariffs was a big driver of the cut by the Bank of Canada today. What sort of information would the Fed need to see on tariffs before it was willing to take such a preemptive move? Thank you.
Sorry.
What sort of information would you need to see on tariffs? Would you need to see a strategy, actual implementation, actual movement of inflation expectations before you're actually willing to change the path of monetary policy on the basis of it?
Yeah, so first of all, things are a little different now. We've just come through a high inflation period, and you can argue that both ways. You can say that companies have figured out that they do like to raise prices, but we also hear a lot from companies these days that consumers have really had it with price increases, and so I don't know how that shakes out. Nonetheless, you're coming through a situation where we're not quite back to 2%, and that's just different. In addition, the trade, the kind of footprint of trade has changed a lot as trade is now spread around. It's not as concentrated in China as it was. There's a lot more manufacturing. It moved to Mexico and other places. So there are differences, and I just think the range of possibilities is very, very wide. We just don't know, and I don't want to start speculating, as tempting as it is, because we really don't know. And we didn't know, by the way, in 2018. We didn't really know. And, again, the range of possibilities very, very wide. We don't know what's going to be tariffed. We don't know for how long or how much, what countries. We don't know about retaliation. We don't know how it's going to transmit through the economy to consumers. That really does remain to be seen. There are lots of places where that price increase from the tariff can show up between the manufacturer and the consumer. Just so many variables. So we're just going to have to wait and see. And the best we can do is what we've done, which is study up on this and look at historical experience, read the literature, and think about the factors that might matter. And then we'll just have to see how it goes.
Thank you. Courtney Brown from Axios. Two unrelated questions. The first is whether or not there was any discussion about QT and the timeline for ending QT at this meeting. And then the second question is just, I wonder if the AI-prompted sell-off in the stock market this week signaled anything to you about the state of financial conditions?
So let's talk about runoff. So the most recent data do suggest that reserves are still abundant. Reserves remain roughly as high as they were when runoff began, and the federal funds rate has been very steady within the target range. We track a bunch of metrics, and they do tend to point to reserves being abundant. We do intend to reduce the size of our balance sheet to a level that's consistent with implementing monetary policy efficiently and effectively in our ample reserves regime. We're closely monitoring a range of indicators to assess conditions, and that should provide signals whether reserves are approaching a level that could be judged as, quote, somewhat above ample. I don't have anything to say to you about particular dates. It's just that's the process, and what we see is that rates do appear to be abundant. As always, we stand ready to take appropriate action to support the smooth transition of monetary policy, including to adjust the details of our approach for reducing the size of the balance sheet in light of economic and financial developments. On On AI, it's a big event in the stock market and in particular parts of the stock market. I mean, what really matters for us is macro developments, and that means substantial changes in financial conditions that are persistent for a period of time. So I wouldn't put that label on these events, although, of course, we're all watching it with interest.
Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. Thank you. You mentioned in your remarks that activity in the housing sector seems to have stabilized. At the same time, since your first rate cut in September, long-term mortgage rates have gone up by a full percentage point back above 7%. I'm wondering, kind of looking forward, are you confident that activity will remain stable given how elevated mortgage rates are? How does it fit into your broader thinking about the economy?
So, as you know, as we've reduced our policy rate 100 basis points, longer rates have gone up, not because of expectations, not principally because of expectations about our policy or about inflation. It's more a term premium story. So, and you know, it's long rates that matter for housing. So, I don't think I think these higher rates are going to they're probably hold back housing activity to some extent if they're persistent. We'll have to see how long they persist. So. You know, we control an overnight rate. Generally, it propagates through the whole family of asset prices, including interest rates. But in this particular case, it's all happened at a time when, for reasons unrelated to our policy, longer rates have moved up.
Jennifer. Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You said you want to see further progress on inflation. Given that households appear to be unhappy with the elevated level of prices, do you believe the committee should wait until inflation has fallen back to target to cut rates again?
No, I wouldn't say that. We've never said we need to be all the way at target to reduce rates. At any time, what we're doing is we're looking at the economy and asking whether our policy stance is the right one to achieve maximum employment and price stability. So I think if we would want to see further progress, but we think our, as I mentioned, we think that our policy stance is restrictive, meaningfully restrictive, not highly restrictive, but meaningfully restrictive. And so I would think we need to see further progress. I wouldn't say all the way back down to 2% on a sustainable basis, although we'd love to see that, of course, and we will.
And separate question for you on tariffs. Curious whether the threat of tariffs and not knowing whether they could stick or not creates uncertainty for business here in the United States and could cause them to pull back, ultimately weighing on growth. Does the threat of tariffs cause you to ponder your growth forecast?
You know, I want to avoid commenting even indirectly on the conduct of tariffs. You know, it's not our job, and it's not our job to comment on the moves that people make. So I wouldn't want to criticize anything that's happening or really comment on it one way or another, praise it for that matter. It's just not our job. I do think that, you know, we found in 2018 there was a lot of work done on trade policy uncertainty. Trade policy uncertainty, if it's large and persistent, can start to matter for businesses making investment decisions and things like that. That's not something I'm observing today. It's very early days for this, but that did, I think that did matter in 2018-19, and it's one, you know, one of many things we'll be watching.
Matt.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Matt Egan from CNN. Following up on Courtney's question from earlier about the stock market, how concerned are you, if at all, about potential asset bubble brewing in financial markets? How do relatively high market valuations factor into considerations about potentially lowering interest rates further? Is that something that's in the back of your mind?
So we look at, from a financial stability perspective, at asset prices generally, along with things like leverage in the household sector, leverage in the banking system, funding risk for banks and things like that. But it's just one of the four things asset prices are. And yeah, I'd say they're elevated by many metrics right now. A good part of that, of course, is this thing around tech and AI. But we look at that. But you know, we look at how resilient the households and businesses and the financial sector are to those things. So we look at that mainly from a financial stability perspective, and we think that there's a lot of resilience out there. Banks have high capital, and households are actually overall, not all households, but in the aggregate, households are in pretty good shape financially these days. So that's how we think about that. We look at overall financial conditions, and you can't just take equity prices. You've got to look at rates too, and that represents a tightening in conditions with higher rates. So overall, financial conditions are probably still somewhat accommodative, but it's a mixed bag.
Hi, Chair Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. One question for you. This month's statement notes that unemployment is stabilized at a low rate and that the labor market is solid. You walked through some of what's driving this, but I wonder what risks you see that might challenge your assessment.
Well, the things we discussed earlier, one is that there's a low hiring rate. And so that if there were to be a spike in layoffs, if companies were to start to reduce headcount, you would see unemployment go up pretty quickly because the hiring rate is quite low. So that's one thing we look at. I think it's worth pointing out that for lower income households, they're under significant pressure. And in the aggregate, the numbers are good, but we know that people at the lower end of the income spectrum are struggling with costs. And really, it's high inflation for the basics of life. It's not so much the inflation now, it's the price level, because inflation has raised prices. Inflation is now much closer to target, but people are really feeling that. But overall, this is a good labor market. You're at 4.1% unemployment. That's just a really good level, and you've been solidly there now for 6-7 months. And job creation is pretty close to a level that will hold the unemployment rate there, given that there'll be much slower population growth.
One more question. Some of the uncertainty around immigration policy, in your assessment, is that making it harder for businesses and the Fed to plan going forward?
We hear anecdotal reports, but I don't see, there's nothing in the data yet on that kind of thing about construction, for example, and businesses that are dependent on immigrant labor are saying that it's suddenly gotten harder to get people. But you don't see that in the aggregate data yet, but yes, you hear it anecdotally.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Nicholas Jasinski from Barron's. The uncertainty is certainly a theme today, and I'm wondering, are there any periods from your career or as it relates to markets, the economy, what's going on here in Washington and beyond, or from lessons from history that may provide some guidance for a central banker operating in uncertain times like today?
I guess I'd say this. Uncertainty is with us all the time. It is human nature, apparently, to underestimate how fat the tails are in a way. The possibility, we think of things in a normal distribution, and in the economy, it's not a normal distribution. The tails are very fat, meaning things can happen way out of your expectations. It's never not that way. I wouldn't, if you think about it, think about the first few months of the pandemic. That was uncertainty. Are we going to be able to reopen the economy? If so, when? How much of it? How long will it take? That was uncertainty. What we have now is a good labor market. We have the economy growing at 2 to 2.5%. Inflation's come down to now the headline inflation number was 2.6, and that's what the public experiences. We look at core because it's a better indicator of future inflation. So yes, the price level went up a lot for inflation, and people are feeling that, and they're not wrong. But so the kind of uncertainty we have is just a usual level of uncertainty about the economy, but then policies which are not for us to criticize or praise, really. Those are policies which people have been elected to implement. They're implementing them with a view to making a better economy. And so I wouldn't call this out as one of those times. I wouldn't compare it to the global financial crisis or anything like that, given that we have actually a very good economy right now.
Evan Reiser with Market News International. Chair Powell, is a March cut still on the table? And then additionally, are you looking to see better than expected data on inflation to cut? Or are you looking for inflation data that roughly aligns with current forecasts?
So as I mentioned, The economy's strong, the labor market's solid, downside risks to the labor market appear to have abated, and we think disinflation continues on a slow and sometimes bumpy path. That tells me, and the other members of the committee, the broad sense of the committee actually is that we don't need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance. Your second question was?
Whether or not you need to see better than expected inflation data or just inflation data that roughly aligns with your current forecasts.
You know, it's one of those things, we'll know it when we see it, but more the expectation is that we will make continued progress. And, you know, that's what we want. We'll know it when we see it. It's going to have to be something that isn't just idiosyncratic. You're going to want to see, you know, continued progress with housing services inflation. You're going to want to see inflation behaving in a way that builds confidence that we are really making progress. That's what it's going to be. And, I mean, is that better than our expectations? We expect to see that. It's just a question of when.
Hi, Chair Powell. Scott Horsley from NPR. In your 5-year review, you said the 2% inflation target won't be on the table. Can you talk a little bit about why? Is that because you think that's the right target, or is it because you don't want to move the goalpost mid-game, or what's behind that?
I think that goal has served us well over a long period of time. It's also the sort of global standard. I think that if a central bank wanted to look at changing that, you wouldn't do it at a time when you're not meeting it anyway. I would not look at changing it anyway, but I certainly wouldn't look at it at a time when you're not meeting it. I mean, there's just no interest at all in changing it, if I'm being at all unclear. We're not going to change the inflation goal anytime soon.
And 5 years ago, if I can paraphrase what y'all decided, it was you're going to not raise interest rates preemptively to head off inflation until you see sort of the whites of the eyes of inflation, because the solid labor market was so beneficial. Have the last few years changed your thinking about that?
So what we really said was that we wouldn't look at a strong labor market and raise rates unless we saw some evidence of inflation. So the thought was that we'd seen really low levels of of unemployment with no sign of inflation. So why would you preemptively want to put people out of work in the absence of any kind of any evidence that suggested that this was not a sustainable level? It was a way of acknowledging how much humility we have about the starred variables, especially U-star, the natural rate of unemployment. So that was an insight. We'll discuss that again. That'll be one of the many things that we discuss. But I don't think that insight is wrong. We didn't, you know, we said what we said was that, you know, at times when inflation persistently under.
Centuries ago, a cataclysm shattered the second moon and flooded the powerful human empire of Thrashar. From the ruins arose 6 nations, young and full of promise. But beware, otherworldly creatures haunt the wildlands, and monsters lurk in the shadows of the world. They have not forgotten, nor can they forgive the injustices inflicted upon them. Armed with old magic and new technology, humanity is poised to reclaim the glories of the past and dominate the world of Nowata once more. These are the Nawadan Chronicles, a record of heroes and villains, monsters and myth. I look forward to telling your story.
And my rural health agenda, which is bipartisan, focuses on innovation, telehealth, access points. It focuses on work shortages, and also Senator Warner and I have together focused on making certain that we address the area wage index and do that fairly for our citizens that are in rural communities. So I would like a commitment from you that when confirmed, you and your CMS administrator will work with us to make certain that the area wage index is balanced and that it is fair to rural areas.
Senator, both Dr. Oz and myself recognize that rural health care is in crisis in this country, and that is catastrophic for our entire country. And I talked a little bit about my commitment to rural health earlier in this hearing. The regional price points, as you know, are set by Congress and not by HHS. I will certainly, and I know Dr. Oz will certainly work with you to make them sensible.
We look forward to that. Also, you and I, before you came forward as the secretary, the nominee, we had talked in years past about over-medicating youth and concerns over that. And I was looking at a report from TennCare, which is our Medicaid program in Tennessee. And I was concerned when I saw a number that TennCare had spent $90 million in 2024 alone on ADHD. This was 417,000 of our children. And $90 million. To me, that is heartbreaking, what is happening there. So how will you prioritize oversight of prescribing practices while promoting alternative solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapies, community-based interventions for our youth?
Exactly, and that's the solution. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. Even higher percentages are on SSRIs and benzos. We are not just over-medicating our children, we're over-medicating our entire population. Half the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth are now sold here. 70% of the profits from pharmaceutical companies are from the United States, even though we only have 4.2% of the world's population. Not only that, but a recent study by Cochrane Collaboration founder Peter Ghosh found that pharmaceutical drugs are the third largest cause of death in our country after heart attacks and cancers. Oh, they're not making us healthier. We need community health initiatives. We need access to treatment. We need exercise. We need better food.
Okay, let me talk to you about one of those access points in treatment. And this highlights a problem we have in the federal Medicaid law. Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage in mental health care. So if you're confirmed, when you're confirmed, will you commit to working with me on repealing this discriminatory exclusion and ensuring equal access to mental health care for Medicaid beneficiaries?
Yes,
He
Senator.
has Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM reform, one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you help make us healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Lujan.
He's not wrong about the over-medicating part, though, and the needing to
Excuse me,
exercise part. Better
I made a
food,
mistake.
for sure.
It's Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Thanks, Peter. I appreciate it.
just congratulations on your nomination, Mr. Kennedy. And I've been absent only because I've been in another hearing with the nominee to be the Commerce Secretary. So I will review everything that you've said today and look at that diligently. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you is I represent a very big innovation state. And innovation in healthcare specifically. Innovation
Where are you guys going
like
again?
NIH
I remember
funding
you
to the
saying
Fred
that.
Hutch Cancer Center that helped develop the HPV
Nice.
vaccine, which has the potential to
Proud of
eliminate
you.
over 95% of cervical cancer. NIH also funds a lot of jobs and grants, nearly 11,000 people in the state of Washington and over $1.2 billion worth of grants. So while I agree with you on healthy foods, I definitely am troubled by the medical research side of innovation and some of the things that you have said. In fact, this issue about laying off 600 employees at NIH, or giving the fact that, to quote, give infectious disease a break for 8 years. So we've had a chance to talk about this a little bit, but the most striking example of this is when COVID hit. And we were the first in the nation. We had the first case, and it really was the fast response by the University of Washington that really helped save lives. So I just want to know that, are you aware of how harmful these issues could be for public health? That public health in and of itself could be affected by these kind of anti-science views?
Senator, I have always been a science person, a pro-science person. I believe in evidence-based medicine and gold standard science. When I said, and I've explained this before you came in, that 600 people out of a workforce of 91,000 is pretty typical. Last year alone, President Biden replaced 3,000 people at HHS and 700 at NIH. I want to say this. I said give infectious disease a break because that's been the principal preoccupation. Infectious disease, chronic disease is 92%, accounts for 92% of deaths in this country, and almost nothing is studied at NIH about the etiology of our chronic disease epidemic.
But right now,
The money is going to infectious disease.
But
and
I get your point. It's an interesting point. The problem is we had to respond. And it's actually the Gates Foundation and a flu cohort that figured out what was wrong and that we had an outbreak of COVID that was going beyond the very first case. And so we had to build a very fast response. So I take this too. The University of Washington has conducted groundbreaking stem cell research on fetal tissue. To me, I know there's probably a lot of people that may not agree with this, but we're making regenerative heart tissue now at the University of Washington. So yes or no, do you commit to protecting stem cell research for scientific agencies if confirmed?
I will protect stem cell research. Stem cell research today can be done on umbilical cords, and you don't need fetal tissue.
You'll protect the laws that are on the books today and the research that's done.
My job is, Senator, to enforce the laws.
Okay, so I want to move to PBMs because PBMs are driving up drug prices. And one of the biggest things that we need to do here, I think, in a new administration is get a handle on everything that is driving up prices and lower them. The report found that PBMs generated $1.4 billion from spread pricing. That is where they are able to basically set the price, not reimburse pharmacies, and then pocket the rest. We've had bipartisan legislation in several different committees now to get at this. What do you think the solution is?
I think one of the really notable achievements of this panel was the PBM legislation that they put together in a bipartisan way. I haven't met a single senator, well, actually one only, but of the 60-odd senators that I talked to, all of them talked about PBMs and how important it was. And President Trump, during his first administration, pushed through a law, or pushed a law to give transparency to PBMs. It got overruled during the Biden administration. Luckily, this panel is resuscitating that. President Trump is absolutely committed to fixing the PBMs.
My time is running out, so I just want to clarify. You believe that we should pass these laws that now have been proposed in the Senate?
I haven't read the entire law, so I don't know, but I think that we need to reform the PBMs. I think we need...
But,
to get rid of all of these vested interests that are draining money from the system.
Okay, somebody suggested, though, that you thought you should convene the PBMs and talk to them about some sort of self-regulation. So I am trying to distinguish between these people who basically are doing illegal activities and ripping off, really they're creating pharmacy deserts in my state. So I'm asking you whether you believe that we have to legislate in this area.
Again, I'm not being evasive. I just don't know exactly what the law says. I met with the PBMs. I met with pharma. My job is to meet with all the stakeholders. I've been meeting with stakeholders for 40 years. People I was suing, you want to hear from the other side.
Well,
that doesn't mean I would let the PBMs write their own ticket.
I think
I support the efforts of this committee to come up with bipartisan legislation. President Trump wants to get the excess profits away from the PBMs and send it back to primary care, to patients in this country, to high-quality health care.
I'll ask you for the record, since my time's expired, to look at the legislation that came out of the Commerce Committee that defines the legal activities that they are doing to drive up prices, and get us an answer for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In principle, I support that legislation.
Thank you, and let me just tell you the list as we have to move forward to the ending here. Senator Lujan will be next, followed by Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and Senator Welch.
And let me say again, Mr. Chairman, this is a matter of such importance. A number of my colleagues would like a second round, and I think it would be important to offer, say, a modest amount of additional time to get into this on both sides. I know I have some questions, but I want my colleagues to have the opportunity to raise their concerns as well.
Well, I've said, as I have indicated to you, Senator Wyden, I'm not going to do a second round. I have been very generous with the senators. I think almost every single senator has had 7 minutes at least. And I will give you a second, as is our practice between the two of us.
I'll then divide my time up with my colleagues.
Okay, you are welcome to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, when we met, you stated to me that it is not your goal to take away programs that work for Americans. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid?
It's about 72 million plus the 7 million kids who are on chips.
Appreciate that, 72 million. Yes or no, is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage? Is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage?
Absolutely, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many babies born in this country are covered through Medicaid?
I would guess I don't know the answer. I would guess about 30 million.
I have it, Mr. Kennedy. About 41% of 1.4 million babies births are financed by Medicaid, according to the National Center for Health Statistics. Yes or no, do you believe that Medicaid is a critical program?
I believe that Medicaid is a critical program, but that it's not working as well as it ought to be. And President Trump has asked me to make it work better, that most Americans are not happy with it, that the premiums are too high, the deductibles are too high, and everybody's getting sicker. Too much money is going to the
Kennedy?
insurance industry.
I have a series of yes or no questions. They're pretty simple. Because you heard we're not going to get a second round of questions, I ask for your indulgence to be able to get through them yes or no. In New Mexico, as you know, Medicaid is often measured state by state. It might surprise you if you look at some of those surveys. In New Mexico, the response was 90% of New Mexicans on Medicaid report satisfaction getting care, 80% getting specialist care, 85% getting urgent care, 95% ease of filings out of focus. Not to pick on any one of my colleagues, but in Louisiana, 86% of people on Medicaid are satisfied with their interactions. 83% are satisfied getting care. 85% are satisfied getting specialized care. 82% getting urgent care. I can go on state by state, but we don't have the time today. Yes or no, do you support cutting Medicaid or reducing, and especially in an area where you and I spoke about with the federal investment in Medicaid, which is known as FMAP?
President Trump has not told me that he wants to cut Medicaid. He's told me to make it better.
Do you support cutting, yes or no? Let me ask you this way, since it's only about President Trump.
I support making it better, Senator.
If President Trump asked you to cut Medicaid, will you do it?
Well, it's not up to me to cut Medicaid. It would be up to Congress. And
you don't
I'm going to work.
Mr. Kennedy, you don't want to answer? I'll move on. Do you know how many states will end? Mr. Chairman, if I may pause my time. So I understand that people are getting asked to leave if they stand up with signs, but there's a lot of other as well, Mr. Chairman. So it needs to be extended to everyone. As Mr. Kennedy said, we should respect each other when we have a difference of opinion. We're just trying to do our jobs here and trying to ask questions. That's all. And that's all I'm doing with Mr. Kennedy, folks. So I just hope that we can
Senator Lujan, you are right, and I ask the audience to please be respectful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many states will end their Medicaid expansion if the federal share of Medicaid drops?
Well, there's 40 states that have signed on to the expansion, so,
It's a smaller number, so it's 9 states would quickly have to end their expansion because of the laws that they have. That's about 4 million folks across the country, and in New Mexico, Iowa, and Idaho, they have triggers that it would immediately have to go into effect if, in fact, that gets cut. The reason I'm asking those questions is there's been a lot of chatter and conversations around Medicaid. Now, I agree we can always do better, and we must be doing better in America. But Medicaid has been shown to improve health outcomes, including mortality, quality of life, and access to preventative care as well. And there's some areas, Mr. Kennedy, that you and I touched on specific to Native American communities. One of the concerns that I have are these programs matter to folks. You shared your passion about caring for folks. I believed that passion. My question in this area is, as you know, when folks are doing research and they're going to check to see if medicine works on someone, if they're not included in that trial, it often doesn't help them. That's what all the evidence shows. So what are you going to do when programs are eliminated to require the inclusion of Native Americans in clinical trials when it comes to life-saving medicine?
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that there's Native Americans in clinical trials. As I said to you when I visited your office, I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. My family's been deeply involved with them. My father and uncle were big critics of the Indian Health Service, a failure to deliver good health results or health care on the reservations. I'm going to bring a native in for the first time in history into my central office, that all the major decisions in my office will be that he will have it. We've already interviewed candidate, a very, very good candidate, will have direct impact on all the major offices. One of my priorities is to improve.
I appreciate that. I have a follow-up in that space specifically. Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increase clinical trial diversity?
Just repeat that again. I'm sorry.
Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increasing clinical trial diversity?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Will you commit to reinstating all of the pages that were eliminated and people that were fired from this administration that have this responsibility?
I cannot commit to that because I don't know who they are.
Well, there's
I'll
some
commit
folks
to
out there doing the
working
work.
with you to make sure those positions are adequately staffed.
I will follow up in writing in those specific areas because I think there's some commonality here, but answers matter. And so I'd like to get those as timely as possible. The last thing, Mr. Chairman, that I'll say is one of the conversations I had last before this hearing was with a family that I've been working with to work with my Republican colleagues when it comes to autism and federal programs and making a difference in these families' lives and this little girl's life. What I'm asking now, Mr. Chairman, is unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Autism Speaks titled, quote, "Do Vaccines Cause Autism?" End quote. And I'll note that the first sentence states, quote, "Vaccines do not cause autism," end quote. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection. And before we move on, we've had a request from several quarters for a quick restroom break. We will take a 5-minute recess. I'm sorry to those remaining 5.
If we've lost the forest for the trees here, vaccine is a critical issue. I understand that. I don't see how Mr. Kennedy's position could be any more clear that he's going to support the vaccines, he's going to support the science and empowerment to parents and their doctors to make these choices. 60% of Americans have a chronic disease, that there's an epidemic of chronic diseases across the country. And this Make America Healthy Again movement is palpable to me. It started on the campaign trail in 2020 when moms I'd never met, that never involved in the political process, came up to me and said, look, I want to make these choices about my children with my doctor, not the federal government. That it's a very real thing. Moms, dads, grandparents across the country grab me and say, look, why do 20% of our children now, why are they on a prescription drug? So, Mr. Kennedy, what is your prescription to help make America healthy again? What's your vision? What does that look like to you?
Thank you, Senator Marshall. We're having epidemics of all these chronic illnesses, autoimmune diseases, neurological diseases, allergic diseases, obesity. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans were obese. Today,
Six days of rioting in a Negro section of Los Angeles.
The 1965 Watts Rebellion was a watershed moment in American history that was the direct result of mass organizing on the part of Black communities throughout the city of Los Angeles. At the heart of the rebellion were decades of systemic racism and oppression. Black Americans in Los Angeles, as in many cities across the United States, faced widespread discrimination in housing, education, and employment. Specifically in LA, Black Angelenos were consistently positioned to receive the worst housing conditions, the lowest forms of education, and the least amount of health care, while being forced to survive within the thinnest margins of the economy. Thus, the Watts neighborhood, predominantly Black and characterized by its poverty and neglect, became a tinderbox of discontent, a lost cause waiting for a spark in the night.
It began as many race riots have begun with the arrest of a Negro by white officers, right here at this corner. In this case,
On August 11, 1965, that spark came in the form of a routine traffic stop, as it often does, that escalated into an altercation between police officers and a young black motorist named Marquette Fry. As tensions flared, the scene quickly descended into violence, with angry crowds venting their frustration at years of police brutality and social injustice. Over the next 6 days, the streets of Watts erupted in a wave of rioting, looting, and arson, leaving 34 people dead, hundreds injured, and millions of dollars in property damage. The Macomb Commission report, which was the official state of California report of that year, attempted to sugarcoat several of the key issues brought forth by the rebellion. When framing the housing conditions in South Central, the report states,
"Compared with the conditions under which Negroes live in most other large cities of the United States, Los Angeles conditions are superior. This has been confirmed by witnesses before this commission, who noted, for example, that the majority of dwelling units in Watts are single-family structures and that the streets and lawns are well kept for a poverty area."
Yet, the report could not sweep away a massive rebellion with dismissive rhetoric and patronizing language. This uprising was an after effect of several decades of aggression directing at working-class citizens by the hands of city planners, officials, real estate developers, and most visibly, police officers. Aggression that had worn thin the patience of black and brown Angelenos, who then took to the streets and set the city ablaze. Further along, when the report goes into the testimony of black Angelenos, the structural scale of housing violence becomes evident.
Nevertheless, we have received extensive testimony expressing residents' dissatisfaction with the area's physical facilities. Of particular concern to us is the fact that a serious deterioration of the area is in progress. Houses are old and require constant maintenance if they're to remain habitable. Over 2/3 of them are owned by absentee landlords. And at the same time, the development of public housing has been limited by the failure of voters to improve governmental development of low-cost housing as required by the California Constitution.
How would you like to have a bunch of cars right in your backyard? So what if some kids get out there playing and they pile one car too high and it comes crashing down and there's no place for it to crash but right into the yards? And I think that's dangerous, and I don't see why the city allows it to be like that.
In my research into the Watts uprising, one of the biggest lessons that I keep taking away from the stories is that people were able to expose the systemic effect of racial capitalism to a whole global audience that had a different vision of the world than the one that they were seeing then on the news. This is Color Mind, a place where I talk about things I've thought about, so maybe you can think about them too. And I've been thinking about mutual aid.
And I want you to know something very important before I even start this song.
According to Dean Spade, author of Mutual Aid is a collective coordination to meet each other's needs. It's based on an ethos of direct action and shared understanding that the conditions we are currently living in ain't fucking it.
I said, hold up, wait a minute. Something ain't right.
This is not the same as charity work, which is a sneaky little invention where elites provide aid for problems that they're responsible for, and we thank them by promising to stay poor forever. Anything for the team.
What's the point of even being alive if we can't do this?
I'm sorry if I'm the first person to break this to you, but charities are never going to be able to fix the underlying issues of the causes they promote. And I'm not going to say that that's entirely their fault, but it's not something that they can really help. It's baked into their model. It's because the charity model perpetuates a dynamic of dependency where poor people rely on external aid from upper class people who then don't address the root of the challenges that poor people are facing. You know, it's kind of funny how rich people's solutions to global poverty always seem to involve managing the poor and never redistributing the wealth. Shocker. In contrast, mutual aid emphasizes empowering communities to support each other directly, fostering self-reliance and autonomy. This can create a domino effect where we start with one alternative, like, hey, we're gonna get together and make a weekly potluck. But then that reveals that we have other shared problems. You know, maybe a lot of people can't make the totally fucking banging potluck we want to do because we don't live in a walkable city or there isn't good access to public transportation. So then we decide, hey, what if we do a carpool? Or how about one step more than that? What if we decide to buy a couple bikes and do our own little bike share program? As unglamorous as this sounds, isn't this exactly how movements are built? As people become invested in one another and in their community, one problem reveals another problem that we care about more because I realize that my problem and your problem stem from the same place. Mutual aid projects, or MAPs, strive to provide adequate help where there is none. And I like to think of them like that, like a map, a path to solving societal problems with everyone in our society in mind. So, what does this look like?
Let's get into the inner workings and the meaning of this. Let's get into the inner workings and the meaning of a black revolution and why black people have a right to take what's theirs. One, we want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our own black communities. Two, we want full employment for our people. Three, we want decent housing fit the shelter of human beings. Four, we want an end to the robbery of the black community by the white racist businessman. Five, we want decent education that teaches us about the true nature of this racist, decadent system. Education that teaches us about our true history and our role in the society and the world today. Six, we want all black brothers to be exempt from military service. Seven, we want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people. 8, we want all black brothers and sisters held in federal, county, state, city, jails, and prisons to be released because they have not had a fair trial. They've been tried. They've been tried by all white juries who have no understanding of the average reasoning man in the black community. Number 9, this is where Brother Huey is being caught. We just want the courts to make sure we have peers on the jury of people from the black community as defined by their jive constitution, the so-called United States. 10, summary with the major political objective. That is, we want land, bread, housing, clothing, education, we want justice, we want peace as black people in this nation.
During the Civil Rights era, the Black Panther Party emerged as a revolutionary force for seeking justice and empowerment for the black community. Central to their mission was the Free Breakfast Program, aka Breakfast for Children, a grassroots initiative that became a symbol of resistance and community care not only in Oakland, California, but nationwide, providing nutritious meals to thousands of underprivileged children before there was such a thing as reduced lunch across the country. This initiative was more than a charitable endeavor. It wasn't charity at all. It was a radical assertion of the right for people to be fed and to be educated.
So we got to understand here the educational program that you have to be able to figure out whether it will go on the right lines where the people will end up in a situation where they can be able to really control themselves. You understand what I'm saying? With no education, the people take this local foundation and start stealing money because they won't be really educated to why it's the people's thing anyway. You understand what I'm saying? With no education, you have neo-colonialism instead of colonialism like you got in Africa now, like you got in Haiti.
And that people should continue to assert that right in the face of institutional neglect. Not now, Aang. Under the charismatic leadership of figures like Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale, the Panthers transformed the mundane act of serving breakfast into a political statement. The program aimed not just to feed hungry mouths, but to expose the failure of a system that perpetuated racial and economic injustice. It became a communal rallying point, not only in Chicago, but across the nation, fostering a sense of collective strength and resilience within marginalized communities.
People aren't hip to that yet. They're not really aware of it. They know some shit's going on in this country somewhere. But a lot of people out there don't know where it's at. They think it's the black people doing it. All those riots are causing my life to be miserable in all areas, you know. And they really haven't focused in on the fact that it's the pigs and their mentors, the people who control the pigs, the power structure, those bald-headed businessmen at the Chamber of Commerce, you see? They're not turned on to that power structure. They just know that life is becoming increasingly miserable for everybody. But when they find out who it is that's causing this trouble, and who it is that's making life miserable, Nazis, and they're all going to be just like the Panthers.
It's clear that the ones who are supposed to be protecting us have fallen asleep at the wheel or are intentionally sinking the ship for the insurance money. So how are we going to make it to tomorrow, with or without them? That is what mutual aid is for. As we can see from the work the Black Panthers did in their community and the FBI's subsequent attempts to invalidate that program before co-opting reduced lunch or free lunch for themselves, mutual aid is scary to the state because it reminds them that we don't need coercion or a profit motive to take care of one another. The Breakfast for Children program is a gold standard of great mutual aid because it broke stigmas, brought people together to meet their direct needs, and then educated them enough for them to move as a collective block, to understand that they had a shared understanding of the different issues that were plaguing them.
But the people have to stand up and demand. They have to understand that they have a right. They have a right to demand that these judicial procedures be carried out in the right manner.
When you think about it, capitalism is a hostile system. It forces you into competition with your brother and then Yo, chill. Yo. Bro. We can collab. When you think about it, capitalism is a hostile system. It forces you into competition with your brother and tells you that the blood is sweet, that self-interest is the all-powerful force pushing humanity into the cosmos. But it's not. It isn't. When we do mutual aid, we expose the failure of a current system based on individualism and antisocial tendencies, and we provide an alternative, one that feels immediate and connected. In this context, looking at what the norm is now, mutual aid is a necessary and radical act. And that's why I'm saying we need to get together. Let's do some mutual aids. Like, I'll come to your house. I'll bring the Qdoba. You bring Chipotle. Like, I got Mario Kart for real. We can like source games. Like, we can all meet at the oh shit. We're all out of a third place. Not your home, not your job, not the sex dungeon you rent because your mom is weird about you using the unfinished side of the basement, but a place in between. And everyone's talking about it. Jordan Teresa, Mina Lay,
Elliot Sang,
Andrewism, everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. It's very, very bigly.
Thanks for the follow, Felix.
I see the
He's
decline
like
of
great
libraries in
skills.
America as the perfect martyr for the loss of mutual aid spaces. When I think about it, libraries are the place to be.
Yes. Hello, what's up, Midnight Wave? Yeah, I'm a cosplayer. I have a lot of stuff. Some of the music's kind of my headphones are charging, so it probably sounds strapped.
Right, like you saw day and all night. When y'all was playing PlayStation, my pencil was erasing lines. My conscience on move was half tight. At 3:14, it's time to give me a slice, my nigga. This is a dog's fight, my nigga. The soundtrack to life, my nigga. Kendrick Lamar, his mama called the Max. We watched House Party and ate Apple Jacks. Soul saving.
My voice don't suit my looks. Weird. Okay. I think it's easy. Thank you, Leonard. I appreciate it. Made a little chai coffee. It's really yummy.
we all talk about how when we're going to go home, how proud we're going to be combat vets. I mean, how many people can say that they're combat veterans? You know, 19 years old, I fought in a war. That's awesome. Nothing can beat that. That's the coolest thing in the world, you know? It'll be fun to look back on. Just waiting to get to that point where I can look back on it.
Here it is. 2003. They got us out here in Baghdad. Life is hard. Got us pulling fucking 2 hours of guard. Then they ump it up to 8 between 12. I don't give a fuck. I think I'm stuck in hell. I'd rather be there instead of jail. Putting Baghdad on the map. Send me my mail.
There's not a moment of the day that go by that not a thought about Baghdad never crosses my mind. It made me who I am today. Going to a country where you don't know nothing. Knowing it's going down, knowing you're hearing the bombs and the gunshots. It's real now. Like you've been trained for it.
Yeah, what's up, Pokemon? How you doing?
Now you're here.
Da-da-da. Damn, dude.
Drummond, calm down. It's a wedding day. They always shoot up in the air on Wednesday.
Yeah, nothing no man. I'm already ready. That's the worst shit you can go through at the age that we was going through it.
They're trying to hit the compound.
Someone smoking a cigarette in the shitters?
What are you gonna do when you get out of the army?
Be a fucking rock star.
Sometimes I remember, oh yeah, that's right, I went to Iraq. Now that I have a kid, sometimes I find myself thinking, is he gonna end up going to some war that ends up not doing any good for the world and receive a bunch of shitty care afterwards?
I think we were in Baghdad for a few days, and then we were in a firefight outside the Abu Hanifa Mosque. And it was just totally bizarre, just fucking gunfire everywhere, a couple of RPGs, and I was just thinking, what the fuck am I doing here? And that question never went away. I don't know how to explain the war to myself, and have yet to have any clear thought of like, yes, we actually made a difference there, because we didn't at all. There was no difference fucking made. Maybe for the worse.
The area I come from is very small. Not a lot of opportunities for people fresh out of high school. So it's either community college or go do something, travel the world, get paid for it, experience places like this. I had swore I'd never join the Army. I watched my brother come home all rigid when I was like 12, and I was like, no way. And then he called me and he said, you watching this shit? And I said, what? He goes, turn on the television. And about 30 seconds after I turned on the television, the second plane hit. When that happened, one, I was mad, you know, it's just my fucking backyard. But I immediately thought, you know, this is what I need to do. I need to defend I just felt it. I just had to do it. I had to go join my brother. I had to be by his side. There was no way I was going to let my brother go into a war and me not be there.
We'll keep one saw back here. Just know where your people are, and we got the rear. So you need to start holding that like you fucking mean it.
That deployment was funny because there was no clear-cut mission. The whole time you're wondering, like, what are we really doing? Are we really in combat? Are we not in combat? Who's actually the enemy? Now you're in Baghdad. Now you're in the heart of Adamiyah. Now what?
Was going through my mind was it was dark out and I couldn't see my fingers basically. I was hoping I still had my fingers. I couldn't tell where I was shot. I just knew my arm was numb. And I found out I had my fingers and I could move them. The doc came by and he was patching me up and we just had a shallow conversation about, you know, oh wow, man, you got shot. And I was like, yeah.
And I think I was only 19 at that point. And to be shot in the first 2 weeks of a 16-month deployment was setting the tone, to say the least.
IEDs are the scariest. Gunfire and crap like that, that shit don't bother me, you know, it's whatever. But IEDs, they had that shit in garbage, man, and it could be anywhere.
and you ride through the hood and you see a milk jug on the side of the road, but the milk jug look kind of cut, or a trash bag. The trash bag look kind of ripped up. That's the shit that they will put the fucking bombs in.
Back up! Clear the road! Possible IED!
I don't see any wires, but it's on the surface.
We found Coke cans with plastic explosives in them on the corner. And when you're walking around a neighborhood that's literally, trash up and down the streets, you can't really tell where they are.
You see us when we're going around corners and there's a box on the side of the road. It's just, cringe and take the turn. Hopefully you don't hear a bang.
I still cringe when I pass garbage. I ask my wife, she goes nuts. I avoid garbage like the plague on the road. I will swerve my car to the other side. She's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
We're riding in the open tailgate of a truck, and people are getting fucked up all the time, and we'd still go out there with it.
Part of our $87 billion budget provided for us to have some secondary armor put on top of our thin-skinned Humvees. This armor was made in Iraq. It's high-quality metal, and it will probably slow down the shrapnel so that it stays in your body instead of going clean through. And that's about it.
When we first got here, they were waving at us, and next minute, as soon as we drive by, we'd get shot at. Or some days they'd look at us mean and, give us gestures that they didn't want us there.
When I first got there, I noticed a lot of people doing this to me. Fuck you. Fuck you, American. They didn't say fuck you. They were just... And about 4 months into it, my interpreter looks at me and goes, Sergeant Beatty, have patience. Wait, what? Have patience. We hit houses with the wrong address. And then we'd have to apologize because we just kicked your door in, or we just blew your door in, or we just damaged your house at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Door right here, door right here. What you got? Stay well to the front! Stay well to the front! Breezy, come in! Hold on. Get down! Get down! Get down!
No más.
Go.
No más.
I still hear it, and the psychological side of it now, I still carry.
Hey.
Yeah, you see that in the camera. I'm a journalist, you do that. You're mistaken this.
Be quiet.
I still think about that guy. I still remember punching him in the face.
When he was going for this, when I punched him in his fucking face.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's his glasses right there. He was going for the
If you look and you put yourself in their place, how would you feel if you had someone kicking in your door and you as the man want to protect your family and me coming through the door with bad intentions? Because the intel that I received told me you're a bad guy.
Just shut your mouth when you're out. Just shut your mouth.
Hey, man. Shut up.
Yeah, I know that. Shut up.
I'm always going to carry that. And I'm still working on that.
Pick him up. He goes outside the wall.
Just I told him shut your mouth.
Yep.
He's protecting his house. He gets punched in the face, put on his damn back, ends up in Abu Ghraib, and he's never going to get that time back. So I think about that.
feel like I'm defending my country anymore, and that kind of sucks. And that's the whole purpose when you're a kid to join the army. A lot of people feel it's like, you know, defend your country, but we're not defending our country anymore. I know we haven't defended our country in a while, but
I didn't agree with the Iraq War when I went in. I went in for Afghanistan. I joined to go fight in the mountains. I wanted to fight I wanted to fight the Taliban. You know, unfortunately, once you join, you have no politics. You're property. You know, you go where they send you.
When I was 20, I thought we were invincible. We were kids. We were just invincible. We're gonna go here, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna get out. And I tell people to this day, the day that I grew up was November the 1st, 2003. That was the day I grew up.
I think that's the day we all grew up. And you say that day, and it just...
We just got the call over the radio that one of our Humvees was engaged with some kind of RPG or IED. Nobody knew what it was at first. It just hit, and it hit hard. Our Humvee was limping back to the compound, and we're getting status reports just constantly. And then we all just kind of went on with what we had to do that night. And then we got up the next day, and they told us we had a 9 o'clock formation. Nobody told us as to why. And I lined up the whole battery. And the BC came out, and he was already crying. He was really shook up, and we knew something was bad. And he told us that during the night that Lieutenant Colgan had died. And then everybody's heads just went down. You could hear the gasps and the tears on a lot of people.
I think most people really wanted to go out and just kill everybody after that. It was the first death we had suffered in the battalion, and then we'd had people hurt, but no one had died yet. That's a really big thing to just grasp all of a sudden.
It's one of those things you'll never forget.
Several other people in our unit were killed. Lieutenant Saltz, PFC Moore, Sergeant Major Cook was killed, Sergeant McKeever.
Rest in peace, boys. All that talking about that shit is so fucking depressing, man. You just have no idea. You have no idea. Man.
So what does it do to a generation of young people during these deployments?
They become old. They are old young men.
yeah, I mean, I feel more grown up. I mean, I've changed a lot in the last, year. For people back in the States, it was just a year. Nothing really changed. You just got a year older. For me, it was like, a lifetime. I feel I've grown up 20, 30 years out here.
And every day it was, well, I guess I'm just doing what I'm doing today so that I can get to tomorrow, so that we can get to our 365 days and leave. And then that changed. Then we stayed out there for a few more months. I think it was like 419 days that we were there. Maybe George Bush should fund my fucking guitar business.
He owes me a beer, at least, at the minimum.
The Iraqis are probably wondering how in the hell are they supposed to believe in a system that we force-fed them when our system doesn't even work. Going back to George Floyd. 2 words, not okay. There's actually a picture of me in Time magazine with my knee on a suspected terrorist's chest. It wasn't on his carotid artery. It was across his chest. All these shootings, not okay.
My mom doesn't like the Army too much because, took both her boys and we're over here, she hates that. but she's very proud, and nothing beats it. It's the greatest feeling in the world.
Jason's bike was always affectionately known as the asshole, because that was my brother. Fuckhead, Vincent.
When shit gets dark, you know, and you're thinking about ending it or whatever, you call someone. Jason was that phone call for me, and I was always that phone call for Jason. So it was hard for me when he did do what he did. You know, the first few months, and then he called. Why didn't he call me? And I don't have the answer.